Ms. Jones, let me know when we are streaming. Good. All right, good morning, everyone. I call this regular meeting of council for Tuesday, February 3rd, 2026 to order. And as we normally do, it's appropriate that we take a moment to acknowledge, in the spirit of truth and reconciliation, the land that we are gathered on is in the heart of Treaty 7 territory of Southern Alberta. This land is home to the Blackfoot Confederacy, consisting of the Siksika, Kainai, and Piikani First Nations, also the Tsuut'ina First Nation, and our most adjacent Indigenous neighbors, the Stoney Nakoda, comprised of the Bearspaw, Goodstoney, and Chiniki First Nations. Further, we're located within the Rocky View Métis District within the Battle River Territory District 4. The town of Canmore is committed to working to live in right relations and to advance truth and reconciliation as we acknowledge the many Indigenous peoples whose footsteps have marked these lands for generations. I'm grateful for the traditional knowledge keepers and elders who are still with us today and those who have gone before us. Turning to the agenda, are there any changes? Okay, seeing none, I'll move approval of the agenda for February 3rd, 2026, regular meeting of council as circulated. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Okay, first up, and the reason everyone's here is we have a public hearing. So I call to order the public hearing for bylaws 2025-40 and 2025-36. The purpose of these bylaws are to amend the municipal development plan and the land use bylaw in order to allow for implementation of the town center area redevelopment plan. The public hearing will proceed as follows. After I provide this introduction, administration will provide a summary of the matter under consideration to set a context for the hearing. Council will have opportunity to ask questions of administration after their presentation. Then I will invite members of the public to speak. There will be an opportunity for council to ask questions of clarification after each speaker presents. Once anyone present who wishes to speak has done so, the municipal clerk will provide the names of those who provided written submissions. Then council will again have opportunity to ask questions of administration before the public hearing is closed. And so with that, let's move to the administration's presentation. Mr. Gravel, oh, right in front row. There you go. Welcome. And
thank you.
Get set up. Whenever you're ready, the microphone is yours.
All right, good morning, Your Worship, members of council. My name is Nathan Gravel. I'm a senior development planner for the town of Canmore. And today, as mentioned, I'll be introducing the public hearing for bylaws 2025-40, which amends the municipal development plan, and 2025-36, which amends the land use bylaw. And both of these are part of the implementation package for the town center area redevelopment plan. I'll begin with some context about the Town Centre ARP. As Council knows, the plan was adopted last July and serves as a 25-year plan to help guide growth and development in the downtown. The plan was informed by extensive community engagement over a period of 18 months, including approximately 4,600 community inputs and feedback from 14 diverse organizations. And here up on the slide, we just see a bit of a visual demonstration of some of the engagement events that took place over that time. Highlights of the ARP's vision for the downtown include expanding housing choice, limiting building heights to better preserve mountain views from public spaces, integrating the downtown with the Pauw River, emphasizing resiliency and sustainability, proposing new public space improvements, expanding Riverside Park, and supporting year-round vibrancy. And here are some visuals that depict what that vision could look like. So in order to translate the vision to reality, implementation is required, and that's where we are today. The town must amend 2 bylaws to ensure they aligned with the ARP This involves updating the land use bylaw, changing the land use designation of specific properties, and adjusting the municipal development plan. In terms of updates to the land use bylaw, or for short, LUB, these are organized into several key sections and include improvements to water body setbacks, district changes to R4, TC, and GD, and the introduction of a new mixed-use district, piloting a high-performance building incentive, making minor amendments to urban design standards, and repealing an outdated DC district. So starting with water body setbacks, the proposed amendments enhance protections for our water bodies and riparian areas. Our requirements have been modernized, for example, increasing our minimum creek setback requirement from 20 meters to 30 meters to align with current provincial guidelines, best practices, and also the environmental impact statement that was completed for the downtown. We've also established clear processes for when and how a variance may be considered and providing improved clarity on what is allowed in the setback area. Looking at the amendments to the R4 residential medium density district, the key changes include incentivizing accessory dwelling units, so adding some rental housing through development relaxations and bonuses, piloting a new height calculation to encourage better architectural design, and introducing limited small-scale neighborhood servicing commercial uses. Looking at the amendments to the town center district, these include ensuring a proper supply of ground floor commercial. For example, we've limited visitor accommodation now to above the ground floor. Imposing strict limits on height variances. For example, we've removed the opportunity for height bonus for architectural improvements and things like that. And finally, updated regulations to ensure third floor setback requirements preserve key mountain views and sunlight for pedestrians. And here we see the updated third floor step back requirement. The requirement was informed by the results of a view and shadow analysis. The angle of the proposed step back plane reduces street shading by 21% compared to the existing requirement and also casts a slightly larger shadow than a two-story building, while having obviously very little impacts on buildable floor area. For the Gateway District, we are proposing relatively minor amendments. First, an increase in eave-line heights of 0.5 meter to allow for more livable units and vibrant commercial spaces. We're also introducing some minor relaxations to articulation requirements to really help accommodate development on sites that are a bit more constrained on the west side of Railway Avenue with the creek setback, for example, no lane access, things like that. We've also got a new district. We've got the mixed-use transition district, which is a similar built form to R4, but as it sounds, these buildings will be mixed use. So there is a requirement for small-scale commercial on the ground floor. The intention here is to sort of extend Main Street to the river, but also offer a sensitive transition to the residential areas. Finally, we're piloting a new green building incentive. The incentive encourages construction of buildings that significantly exceed energy efficiency requirements of the building code. To offset the cost of thicker envelopes, insulation, the incentive allows for extra 0.5 meter of height and approximately 10% increase in floor area or density. I'll just note it is a pilot, so we'll monitor it, and if there's any issues with it, we're, as council know, rewriting the land use bylaw so we can adjust as needed then. Okay, shifting gears, as I mentioned earlier, as part of implementation, some properties need to be redesignated to align with the ARP's land use concept and policies. Just a quick reminder, though, that most parcels in the downtown aren't actually being rezoned. That change, of course, is incremental, and that redevelopment remains the decision of the individual property owner, and that the anticipated zoning changes have been brought forth already as identified in the ARP for transparency. So the logical starting point for these changes, of course, is the ARP's land use concept, which is shown up on the slide. The light orange areas indicate residential development up to 3 stories. The hatched light orange areas represent mixed-use development up to 3 stories, and the dark orange hatched area represents mixed-use development up to 4 stories. So we take that from the ARP, which also takes this and breaks it up into character areas, which is really areas that have a distinct form and use. The gateway area along Railway Avenue is shown in red. The civic corridor, which includes town-owned properties along 9th Street, is shown in pink. The commercial core encompassing Main Street and 10th Street appears in blue. The transition area, which again, as I mentioned, helps to establish a connection towards the Bow River and Riverside Park, is shown in yellow, and the residential areas are shown in green. So we take that and then we look at the zonings that we have, and many we already have that are appropriate for what the land use concept is showing. So properties in the gateway area will be rezoned Gateway District. This zoning is already largely established, so the only change here is we're extending it to include some properties along Railway Avenue. The commercial core will remain zoned TC Town Center as it exists today, with only 1 property changing. The transition area shown in yellow would be rezoned to the new mixed-use transition district. And finally, within the residential areas, though not the entire areas, I'll show in a moment, would be rezoned to R4, which is a zoning that we already have in South Canmore. And so this is what the rezoning map looks like after you go through that process. You can see most properties are mostly unaffected by the rezoning. Parcels in gray aren't changing. Only the colored parcels are proposed for rezoning. A small number of parcels shown in red are being rezoned to the environmental district. In addition, several park areas such as Riverstone Park, Riverside Park, and Veterans Park are being rezoned to public use, which better reflects their existing purpose. So, for example, Veterans Park is currently zoned R1, which really isn't how it's being used. So, just intuitive changes on that front. There's a minor amendment to repeal a direct control district as well, located in the southwest corner of the ARP boundary area, or the map, and this would be rezoned to R4. Which already accommodates the type of development envisioned in that DC district, so it becomes somewhat irrelevant. So shifting gears once again, as mentioned, in order to implement the ARP, a minor amendment to the MDP, the Municipal Development Plan, is required, specifically to map 2. It's a mapping change. And really it's just shifting an area that is being rezoned to the Gateway District in the MDP. It's recognizing that change as a commercial mixed-use district, which it's currently shown in the MDP as a neighborhood residential area. So again, just bringing the documents into alignment with the ARP here. So that concludes my presentation. What we're doing here is just bringing forth amendments that are intended to align with the ARP and its visions. The ARP is really establishing a vision of where we want to go, and the amendments are how we want to get there. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gravel. So I'm going to open up right now to questions from council before we move to any presentations. I'm going to put out a question now, but I'm not necessarily expecting the answer now because administration may need to think about it. But
start with the hard one.
well, it's a little bit of a curveball.
Okay.
So If, as a result of feedback that we've heard, there is any inclination to change some of the zoning that is being proposed because it matches the ARP, what's the process that follows from that? Would we amend the LUB and then we have to go back and open up the ARP? Or do we have to postpone everything and open up the ARP? Just if we're going down that route, and once again, I'm not looking for an answer now because you may need to confer, but I'm putting it out there that I would love to have the answer either end of the public hearing or actually even just when we have this matter come up in the agenda. So I'm just putting it out there so that I'm seeing Ms. Smithers and Dr. Cottle nodding their heads. They've got the question and they'll come back. So I don't need an answer right now, but I'll look forward to that. So now opening it up to members of council. Do you have any questions on the presentation? What's that? Okay. All right, I'm not seeing any questions, so thank you very much, Mr. Gravel.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to move to the public presentations. And council would like to hear from everyone who wishes to speak today. In that spirit, we will be enforcing a 5-minute time limit on presentations, not including any questions by council afterwards. You'll see on the wall that we have a countdown timer there to help us stay on track. If it reaches the end and you're just finishing up your sentence and stuff like that, it's not like a trap door is going to open or anything like that. We'll just wrap it up though, okay? If you plan to speak, you should be aware that you will appear on the live web stream of this hearing and that a recording of this web stream is published online. While you are speaking, we ask that you direct your comments to council and limit your comments to the subject of the public hearing. Council will be given an opportunity to ask questions of clarification after each presenter has finished speaking. We ask that speakers and members of the gallery join council in supporting the rights of everyone to be treated with dignity, fairness, and respect. That includes not responding with either cheering or admonishing, as such will impact the feeling of safety of others who may wish to speak either for or against. As chair, I will intervene if necessary to uphold these principles. Now, I will open the floor to speakers, but first based on those registered. We have 9 speakers who are registered. And then, if anyone is present in the chamber who wishes to speak, we will do so. We don't have anybody joining for Zoom, so I can skip that. Now, we do have a list of speakers, and we want to make sure that we have your name correct for the record. So after you've spoken, if you could just go to the clerk's desk there and make sure you write down your name legibly. Okay. So our first speaker today is Sue Anderson. Yep, please come forward.
It's like grade school, it's alphabetical.
Well, actually,
Further down.
believe it or not, it just so happens that you were the first one in. So it's not alphabetical, but whenever you're ready,
Okay.
welcome, and the microphone is yours.
So I'm here to object to the proposed bylaw. I live in, if we could bring up the map, it would be helpful. Sorry, it was on this computer. Oh, okay. If anyone can picture the map in their minds. I live just on 7th Avenue in the little pocket of 5 homes south of the Spurline Trail and on the west side of 7th. So I'm speaking on behalf of the homeowners. We sent a letter also per the system, but wanted to speak publicly and participate fully in our democracy on this issue that's so important to us. So we believe the change from R1 to R4 is a bad choice for our homes. The change may look good and consistent with the town vision, but the details reveal significant impracticalities for our homes and lots and the location. Firstly, our homes are all relatively new or renovated. In fact, 3 of them, mine and my 2 neighbors, are on lots that were previously 1 R1 and around 2004 were subdivided into 3 R1s. So if any one of the 5 properties are modified or destroyed or become multifamily, retail, or commercial per the R4 discretionary uses and setbacks, we really think the remaining properties would be significantly negatively impacted. So the properties were all planned out per R1, And 1263, the house behind mine, only has access via an easement from our lot and my next door neighbor's lot. So one driveway access works with cooperation and negotiation and some friendly, oh, I've got a delivery kind of discussions. But this would be very unworkable if these 3 properties were R4. And purchasing a lot with an easement for 3 R1s to 1 driveway is, you know, it's a reasonable thing to do, but if that easement must be provided for the flow for an R4, it's really quite something else, and I can't see it being workable. So traffic on 7th Avenue is already pretty congested, and if we increase the density in that little pocket on the spur line with 4 times the residents, plus possible retail, restaurants, eating and drinking establishments, it's only going to exacerbate the traffic. 7th Avenue is declared a local road in the transportation plan, so I really don't think it's suitable for commercial traffic. And the lots, as laid out as R1s, would have little parking for any sort of this traffic, especially with the setbacks. And finally, our little pocket of lots there, the owners were mystified why our fully developed R1 neighborhood was chosen for R1 rezoning when other neighborhoods were spared. It's hard to see the criteria that was used and have the rationalization there. So if the goal was to create a vision for Canmore's future by drawing maps that look conceptually attractive, kind of at the 10,000 foot level, the exercise was likely a success. But the devil is in the details, and specific characteristics of the properties must be considered, not just location on a map. We believe rezoning our properties to R4 must be reconsidered, and they should remain R1. So thank you for giving thoughtful consideration to these objections we've raised. It's difficult to come here and speak publicly about such a sensitive issue. It's our homes, our neighborhood that we love, and we really want to continue to live in them. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And before you sit down, thank you, and you spoke very well. Did you indicate that you were concerned about commercial in that zone?
Yeah, with the expanded discretionary uses in R4, there's eating and drinking establishments and retail.
Oh, I see. Okay, you're concerned about the discretion.
It's in section 3 of the land use bylaw changes. Logging is still included in R4 if you were worried about that getting excluded. Dr.
Cottle, did you have something you wanted to raise?
I just wanted to see if council did want to see the map. When she first started speaking, I didn't want it to eat in their time, but if it's helpful, we can pull the map up now that the presentation is done.
Well, it's probably helpful for people gathered and it can be referenced. I have it open on my computer screen, so I know exactly what you're talking about. It's just on the left side of the road after the pond.
I'm just making sure council's good. Everyone is aware of the area she's referring to?
Yeah. Yeah, yes, right, right there. Right there, yeah. But is it, if it could be put up, it'll be easy to reference then, okay? That'd be great. And your question's answered?
I was going to ask Ms. Anderson to clarify her address.
Great, thank you very much. No other
Thank you.
questions? Okay, the next on the list is Eric Davidge. Welcome, sir. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, whenever you're ready, the microphone is yours.
All right, so thanks for the opportunity to speak before council. Our house is on Riverview Place, and my concerns regard the proposed changes from CW to PD and from R1 to R4. For council members who are not familiar, Riverview Place is the cul-de-sac located at the west end of Main Street. It starts at River Road and is bordered by Veterans Park and the CW area that runs along the Bow River up to the engine bridge. We did participate in last year's 2050 survey, and as an affected property owner, it is important for me that the council communicates the exact plans that the bylaw 2025-36 amendment would facilitate. A quick review of the July 2025 ARP notes that the plan is a living document that must be aligned with community priorities. There are multiple references to policies that may or should be incorporated. In my opinion, this wording is vague and could result in changes that are not in the best interest of the residents of our community. I am glad that Council recognizes that now is the time to begin the critical review and factual analysis with residents who are impacted and not just the consultants who helped develop the plan. Regarding C1 to PD as per Section 6 of the Land Use Bylaw, the purpose of CW is to, quote, designate areas for the protection, conservation, and enhancement of the environment, end quote. Permitted and discretionary uses include a wildlife corridor, a habitat patch, a pedestrian pathway, or a trail. The purpose of PD is to provide, quote, to provide for public, quasi-public, and community uses and developments on lands, end quote. Permitted and discretionary uses include a public building, an athletic facility, a campground, a care facility, a daycare, a transportation terminal, and even a hospital. I feel that CW lands are part of the flavor of Canmore, and once they are lost, it is unlikely they will ever be regained. Not only do these CW lands support wildlife habitat, but it also allows for recreational activities for both residents and tourists. Changing the zoning from CW to PD could negatively impact both wildlife and recreation. The current CW lands surrounding Riverview Place are periodically home to coyotes, many elk, and the occasional bear, and this appears to be critical habitat for these animals. Has the council researched the impact of this habitat reduction with wildlife experts? We should ensure that this area is managed properly for the safety of both the animals and the community. R1 to R4. First of all, changing from R1 to R4 would probably increase the value of our property. We would rather retain the current zoning configuration than sell our property at an increased price. Changing from R1 to R4 is similar to infill housing. This is common in cities like Edmonton and Calgary to help housing affordability, revitalize the downtown, reduce sprawl, accommodate rapid population growth, provide access near transit hubs, etc. I would like to see evidence that changing Riverview Place from R1 to R4 would help housing affordability. Based on personal observation, it does not appear that downtown Canmore needs to be revitalized. Increasing housing density in the downtown core of Canmore could increase congestion due to the numbers of automobiles, bicycles, children's pets, etc., which could reduce access for both business and visitors. Riverview Place logistical issues. There is no alley behind any of the properties, so access is limited to the front of the properties. There is already very limited street parking as lots number 8 through 12 have no space in front of the property. This could impact emergency vehicle access during a flood or fire. Sewer infrastructure is already below specification. We must leave our water running 24 hours a day all winter to prevent our sewer line from freezing. If all 14 Riverview Place properties went from R1 to R4, that would be an increase of 42 families. Most families would likely have at least one car. How could the existing space possibly accommodate an increase of 42 families? Flood fringe area. Section 7 of the Land Use Bylaw shows the surrounding area of Riverview Place as flood fringe. Flood fringe regulations include material storage restrictions and building design and construction requirements. Based on the Alberta Government Flood Awareness Map application, this area is 100% likely to be flooded in 30 years. Our house is not eligible for overland flood damage insurance. Does it make economic and practical sense to increase the housing density for up to 42 families in a designated flood fringe area? In closing, I do not support the changes from C1 to PD and R1 to R4 for the Riverview Place area. I would like the town to carefully review the Land Use Bylaw amendment and its reduction in CW lands. There should be more suitable areas in town for the permitted and discretionary uses listed as PD. There should be much better areas in town for increased housing density rather than in a designated flood area with limited access and below standard utility infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Just a couple of things.
Yep.
For information purposes, and this wasn't necessarily covered in the presentation, just so everybody's aware, when looking for details of what something could look like, and I'm referring to the CW to PD, we have our municipal development plans, then we have our area redevelopment plans, and in there you'll see what the vision is, and everything underneath them, such as land use bylaw and development applications, they all have to comply. So you couldn't get approval for something that's a completely opposite than in the area redevelopment plan. So if you're looking for those details of what the Riverside Park is, and I can tell you, when it was approved, what council was very clear about is they wanted to keep it very much the same as it is, right? So.
But the references to PD
Yeah,
and the
but
PD bylaw.
PD is a zoning, but it still has to comply with the area redevelopment plan because it's.
So which
it's
supersedes, the
it's
plan
senior.
or the zoning?
The plan takes precedent over the zoning.
It does?
Yeah.
Okay,
so-
good to know.
Yeah, and so PD was deemed a better fit than CW based on the fact it's used as a park and all that sort of thing, right? Anyway, so that's just information. And I do recognize that the area that you're referring to for the R1 to R4 is Riverside Place, which is kind of like in the middle of the map, right on the left side there.
Correct.
Right above. right
And
above.
those areas surrounding the loss of that conservation
Yeah.
designation, I find concerning.
Yeah, great. Looking to council, see questions. Councillor Graham, you have a question.
Thank you. This is actually, one, I just want to thank everybody for coming out. I know standing in front of council is not easy. I get nervous every time
First
I hit every time I hit that red button, I get a little nervous. So good on all of you who are going to stand up here today. But this one's for administration and around the lines. I wonder if you could,
So we can ask.
Save those later?
Some questions at the end, yeah.
okay.
So write them down, keep them. Yeah, and we're good. So
Okay.
thank you very much for coming
Thanks.
out today. Okay, next up is Shauna Biro. Yeah. Did I pronounce your first name correctly?
But that's okay.
Sienna?
Sienna, yes.
Okay, because sometimes in Irish it's Shauna, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
so
no
anyway,
problem. I get
Sienna?
that all the time.
Sienna,
Yeah.
I'm sorry for mispronouncing your name.
No problem.
Whenever you're ready, the
Perfect.
microphone's yours.
Hello, everyone, and thank you to the town of Canmore for allowing me to speak today. My name is Sienna. I am a Canmore resident and a property owner on Railway Avenue. And if the zoning changes outlined in this ARP are implemented, this will be the second time property I own in Canmore has lost its residential zoning designation. I will start by saying that I am strongly opposed to the zoning change from R1 and R3 housing on Railway Avenue to GD mixed-use commercial, as well as the zoning change from R2 to MU-T off of 8th Avenue. I am also opposed to the change in density of R1 to R4 zoning, specifically on Railway Court. I'll start with Railway Court. On a map, Railway Court is linked to 12th Street via a roadway, but in actuality, this is a pedestrian walkway. Since this is the only access to Railway Court, I believe that increasing the density here will create a safety hazard to pedestrians once more cars begin to use this pedestrian corridor as a road. My opposition to the changes to GD and MU-T zoning are relatively straightforward. We are in a housing crisis, and it would be a critical miscalculation to remove any housing from our community at this time. The town will likely argue that changing the zoning does not remove housing. In fact, in their ARP, they are requiring that new commercial builds will offer at least 25% of any housing built for resident use. The problem with this assertion is that in order for commercial properties to be built, the existing people who live here, whether homeowner or tenant, will have to leave so that all the homes can be torn down. Again, the town may argue that this won't happen right away and that there is time to tackle the housing crisis before the commercial development further stresses our already tight housing market. But the thing is, housing is already at risk. Perfect example is the real estate listing for 906 Main Street, which went up a few days ago and can be found online. The realtors are pushing the commercial development potential for this property and imply the ARP we are discussing right now is a done deal, highlighting aspects like Main Street frontage as selling features. The property in question currently has R2 residential zoning, and there are 4 dwelling units on the property. That means 4 homes will already be taken away from residents to clear the path for commercial expansion. Railway Avenue is an amazing street to live on and is filled by vibrant, kind people. There is a strong sense of connection here between neighbors. If this proposed ARP is allowed to move forward, my community will be gone, and it sucks knowing that my home and all of our homes are less valued by our town than a hypothetical commercial investor. Even if you take my feelings out of this equation, this change sets a dangerous precedent for our town. If my home can be rezoned to commercial, then so can anyone else's. How long until commercial buildings take over the rest of Railway Avenue, Mallard Alley, 7th Avenue and 7th Street, and other downtown streets? Plus, all homeowners will have to worry that, like me, their home will face higher expenses because, generally speaking, property tax on commercial zoning is a lot higher than property taxes on residential properties. My final thought on the zoning change on Railway Avenue is whether the town of Canmore will repeal the endeavor to assist that affects 3 of the 5 lots in their proposal. For those of you that don't know what I'm talking about, back in 2022, the town of Canmore signed an agreement with a Calgary developer that would allow this developer to recoup costs for services and utilities put into Railway Court. This endeavor to assist is valid for another 6 years, and for these 3 lots, it will recoup $278,000 before any other work can begin. Obviously, these costs are a huge disincentive for commercial developers, so if rezoning moves forward, how does the town of Canmore plan to handle this disincentive? It's also worth noting that one of these affected lots is apparently smaller than the minimum site coverage requirement for GD zone buildings, so that should also be addressed. I wanted to end with my vision of Canmore's future, which I believe better aligns with the environmental goals of our council, since expanding a downtown core that most residents will need to drive to is counterintuitive. So adding commerce opportunities into neighborhoods directly would better incentivize locals to walk and bike if those services are close enough to them. However, instead I need to finish my speech with this. I do not believe that the town of Canmore properly notified residents about the impact of these zoning changes. For me, I read through the notice and map I received in the mail and all the linked online resources, but the most pertinent information I received was when the town of Canmore linked their full ARP to my Facebook post, which means that it was not in the notice at all. Your residents deserve to understand what these changes entail, and when you try to hide what you're doing, it erodes the public trust in each of you. Until residents understand what this proposal represents, you shouldn't move forward with any aspect of the ARP in good conscience. Thank you.
Thank you. I really appreciate you coming and speaking today. I do have to take exception with just that end part that you said. Nobody's trying to hide anything. All of these are people that are looking for the best interests of the town, as are all of those. There is no other agendas, all right?
Yeah, I do just want to say to that, the note that we all received is this map. None of these zones are actually defined on that map. So for me, I had to actually look up what each individual one meant, and the MU-T was actually not listed anywhere on any Canmore resources. So I just want to make sure if you guys are sending out notices, please ensure that all of these things are clearly defined to residents, because receiving a map that says R1 to GD is not really an answer.
So on the website, you'll see the ARP, and it refers to the town center and all of that. So looking to see if there are any questions. Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next speaker registered is Silka Tilrow. Okay. Daryl Tilrow. So Silka, you won't be speaking today? Okay, all right.
You get another 5 minutes now? Greetings.
Sir, welcome whenever you're ready. The microphone's yours.
Fair enough. Greetings, Mayor, Council. As we've already been through, my name is Daryl Tilrow, and I'm here with my wife, Silky. We are owners just across from the R3 to GD area on Railway Avenue. We've owned there almost 15 years on a second floor residential property. So it basically faces one of the largest plots of rezoning here, the R3 to GD. The previous speaker spoke to a few things that I won't go into anymore, even though I was going to, about how I don't know how this actually improves residential housing access or availability, shall we say. So first of all, I am not opposed to, in principle, to zoning changes that improve densification, improve availability of housing, even commercial access. This is all part of the necessary change. But I think what we are concerned with is a rather large change to the massing of the buildings and the height restrictions and the setbacks. So in that area, one of the biggest changes is the height's going to go from sort of a 3-story archetype up to a 4, basically 12 meters to 14 meters. And the setbacks are going to be basically halved from around 7.5 to 4 to 6 meters. I know there's step backs in the examples, but still, it's a big jump up. So I went out there the other day and with my dystometer and shot some of the heights and see what we were at there. The buildings along there are between 8 and maybe 10 to 11 meters in height right now. So this represents a huge increase for some of us, or for some of those properties, maybe about 2/3. And when you couple that with the setbacks, right now they're around that 7.5, and then to the peak they're maybe 14 meters. All of a sudden you push all that up towards the street and pop it up another story. Basically, you're left with an urban canyon. I mean, When I walk along the sidewalk on the east side of Railway Avenue, when I do the angle estimates, I'm just left with the peaks. Maybe I can see Haling, right? Something like that. So I feel that this actually impacts our streetscapes. It's not just me across the street, and I'm one of the few affected because I'm second floor. Other people are less affected, but just because we're few doesn't mean we should be trampled on, I think. But every pedestrian on one of our major streetscapes in town, you have Bow Valley Railway Main Street, it's one of the big ones. They're gonna walk along there and they're just gonna see a wall. So I don't think that really fits with our plan to have mountain vistas in the town. So, I'm just saying this, I've looked at it, and as previous speakers have said, the devil's in the details. It all looks great on a large area structure plan, lots of colors, it all matches. But when you actually, I will walk with anybody down that street, and you put your thumb out and say, you add that much there, what are you left with? Not much. So, in conclusion, I can't support this overall R3 to GD reclassification. I don't want to say that there's no alternatives. Maybe we need another bespoke GD2 or something like that in terms of zoning, where then the west side, you have the setbacks match the other table. There's actually a table of setbacks that actually seem backwards to me, or they should at least be equal, where it's 6 meters, 8 meters. Maybe we even need to have like a 10-meter setback from the third story. Because we need, if it's going to be redeveloped, fine. But let's preserve what we have in the town in terms of, vistas, things that people come to enjoy. People sitting at the Starbucks there, they don't want to see just buildings across the street. So I think that basically summarizes it. I don't know if council had any questions on any of those details.
Yeah, great, thank you very much. And Councillor Pauw has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chillerot, for speaking. It's not easy to come up and get up there.
I think that's your mic.
It could be. Just to clarify, could you point out where you are on the map again? I'm just trying to understand contextually if you're in the beginning. Are you living the proposed R3 to GD zone? Are you in the? Just clarify for me. Thank you.
Yeah. So they call that east, even though it's kind of northeast. So we are across the street.
Okay.
Canmore crossing area. Canadian Tire Safeway side.
Okay.
Side.
You're looking across the street to the
Yes.
R3 to GD.
So the rezoning, again, one of the largest ones on the map is going to be directly across the street. Currently.
So you're on the Starbucks side of the street.
Not that
If that's the best reference, yeah.
Oh, yeah,
We're on the
I guess so.
Starbucks side
Yeah.
of the street.
The Starbucks side. That's what my kids would call it. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's across the street is like a fair home, mountain chalets, and I can't remember what the gray one's called.
Great.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. We can see if there are any other questions. I don't see any. Thank you very much for coming out this morning.
Thank you.
The next on the list is Al Squirfield. Mr. Squirfield, welcome. And whenever you're ready, the microphone's yours.
First of all, good morning. Oops, it's a little loud. Good morning to everybody, and I'd like to thank the mayor and the council for all the work they do for the town. I know it's a thankless job many times, and so thank you guys. Couple things. I'll start with a thing that goes on. I'm on 914 9th Street, so it's going to go to R4. With that, it's a great area, town. Everybody knows I just walked here. It took me 2 minutes, so beautiful part of town. One of the things that I have noticed in this town over probably close to 30 years I've been here is the taxation, not just in this town, but in Canada. So when the town tax goes up, the Canadian tax goes up, Alberta taxes go up, people are getting hit. So I'd like to ask the town, instead of looking at us as a revenue source, to look at the citizens as how can we save them money. We've got it. I think the town has a spending problem, and it affects people, and it may be causing some people to move. Directly related to, sorry, I'm a little bit nervous. I'm not much of a public speaker. Directly related to our street there. I am for this going through. We've had construction on our street, building these mini chipboard mansions for a long time. We've been in a construction zone for 10 or 15 years. Every year there's another project. So it's not like anything's going to change. We've been getting affected by construction for a long time. With that, with how close we are, I think some of these zones could be condoized. That's my own personal opinion. Could be like condo zones, kind of like the area of some of the other areas where we have bigger buildings, etc. But where we are in our zone, I am for this. Personally, myself, if it did get rezoned, I would look at maybe moving a little farther back in town. And with all that said, I just think it's inevitable with the town. We have to let it grow from the interior out. So like, that's about it. I appreciate you guys' time, and if you have any questions, I'll finish up here.
Okay, looking to council to see if there are any questions. Seeing none, thank you very much for coming out this morning.
Thank you.
Okay. Next up is Alistair Russell.
I've got my laptop and a PDF. I've got an HDMI cable, but I don't know where to plug it in.
Okay. Ms. Jones here will help you
Well,
out.
that's the trouble. My cable is strange at the other end. Where do I plug it into? Yes, it is. Okay. No, I don't have that type of connection, unfortunately. So are you going to stick it up on the screen there? I did add something else to it whilst I was. Thanks very much, Council, for the
Tell you what,
hearing.
we don't need to start your time just yet. We'll just give it a second for it to come up.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Okay. There we go. Oh,
All right, thank you
and
very
there
much.
it went. Let's just, it's just resetting, I'm sure.
Drum roll. This is great. I should be dancing in my free time.
There we go.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. So yeah, thanks very much for taking your time to listen to me. I'm sorry I didn't send this last week. I was moving my office. My name's Alistair Russell. I do own Russell & Russell Design Studios. I live just on the very north of the map where it says in bylaw. So I'm actually outside the area affected. I am adjacent to it. And I do also have some clients who own property in that area. So they did ask me to have a look at it. And I just wanted to go through what I thought of mostly the R4 changes, not the other gateway districts, which I didn't look into. I mean, I think in principle, I like the idea of the Main Street extending to the end of 8th there and making that the mixed use. That was my guess of its designation. And certainly the ED changes, I like all of them. I do kind of wonder why that pink lot up there hasn't actually been included in that change as well, because it is completely sterile lot that is entirely taken up by a 15-metre setback from the creek, let alone a 20 or 30 or whatever we talked about earlier. So there's certainly no reason to not include that in the ED designation. Having said that, I'd love to live there, in that lot. It's a lovely lot right by the river. So could you put the next slide up? So that was the areas that were being proposed by the town for redesignation. However, my concern is that doesn't sort of represent it. There's a lot of roads involved in that as well. So I've sort of just highlighted the lots. And I counted roughly 93. It's not exact, but it's roughly 93 lots that are being affected by this sort of upgrade to the R4 designation. So I also wanted to be clear about what that upgrade means. For an R1 lot, it does make a big difference. It does add 140 square metres potentially to the GFA allowed. It adds a half a metre in height and a 20% site coverage, which is certainly significant. You can only actually get 10% within the setbacks of a standard town lot. The R2 to R4 change is less impressive. It gives them an extra half a metre in height, and the actual site coverage increase because of the setbacks is only 5%. Same with R2, half metre increase in height, actual increase in site coverage, 5%. So, certainly nothing particularly significant. Can I have the next slide, please? So what I wanted to do was look at the lots available for redevelopment, because as one of my neighbours, Sue, said, there are clearly some lots here that have been developed to the current standards of homes. There's some really incredible homes in Sue's neighbourhood that have been built to very high environmental standards, and there's no chance of them being knocked down and turned into a duplex. So there really is, a lot of those lots are just, brand new developments, including, of course, in the area that I have called, I can't even read it. The area of the duplexes on River Road, most of those have just been developed. There's no possibility of someone buying two sides of a $5 million duplex to knock it down and build something that's half a metre higher. It just isn't economically feasible. Can I have the next slide, please, Brian? Oh, thanks, man. And then the other ones that I looked at whilst I was doing this review was, the ones that are right next to the creek. And I frankly slightly frightened at the 30-metre creek setback. But even with the 15 or 20-metre setback, all of those lots are absolutely sterilised. The ones up in Area B, they have just been subdivided to create 3 lots, and their setbacks won't even allow full R1 development. So there's absolutely no way any development's going to happen on those lots or the ones around the Policeman's Creek there. Riverside Place, where someone spoke to about already, those have no lane access. They're pie-shaped lots. There's simply no possibility for them to be developed sensibly into R4 developments. I mean, you need optimum conditions. And I think, can I have the last slide, please, Ben? Thank you very much. And, when I look at the ones that are already R2 or R2A, that are already permitted 4 units, that aren't going to get much bigger, there's only about 16, 18 lots that have that potential to be redeveloped. And in the R1 category, only 6 lots have any potential for a 4-car garage arrangement that an R4 would allow for a 4-plex. That's my presentation. Thanks very much for listening to me.
I'm glad that we took the time to get your slides up. Are you able to provide copies of those slides to council?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, great, thank you. Any questions for Mr. Russell? Councillor Faubert.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Mr. Russell, for taking the time to be here today. I'm curious what your opinion is of, are there other densities within the land use bylaw that you think would be more appropriate than R4 in some of these circumstances, like an R2, R2A?
I mean, I think that the difference between the R2A and the R2 and the 4 is pretty marginal. And in order for a developer to actually build a usable R4, they clearly need a front and a rear access, for practical reasons. And, whether it's the ones on 8th Avenue, there is one duplex lot that has not been developed, but on the other hand, I don't see it practical to have an entrance from 8th Avenue to allow some kind of 4-plex development. And I think that it's unlikely that someone would make 4 garages at the back that you have to walk around to get to something at the front on a standard size lot and think they're going to get more money than they would just selling a duplex. So I just think that what the town owes the residents of those very, very specific areas is that they look at these lots, because I certainly think that most of these lots are always going to be R1 And what's going to happen is if the bylaw changes, all these people are going to have to go in and say, oh, please, do I have permission to build an R1 lot? Because clearly, and you know, as I'm proving now, you can't build an R4 on it. So it was, you know, an unfeasible idea. So I just think that the map provided and the areas that it has encompassed is in no way practical. It hasn't achieved much. I wouldn't mind some of these duplex lots being turned into R4, but only ones where it's possible.
Okay.
Sorry, Nathan did ask for solutions, so I would say that in the last year, 2025, we designed 6 duplexes on Three Sisters with ADUs, and because of the requirement for variances, those builders backed out of building those ADUs. And most of them was because they were too big, because obviously when you put a stair into a duplex, and you then try to use that to access an ADU below, that only works with where the stair location is. And if that means the ADU is 91 square meters, not 80, the developers are disincentivized enough that they will just not bother. So of the 6 that we tried to get to happen on Three Sisters recently, the last year, they all gave up when they were asked for variances, and 2 were built for basement units, but they will never be accessible, you know, for the duration of the building. And then 4, they just gave up on them and said it wasn't worth building them. They weren't going to make any additional profit, and they weren't prepared to wait for a unsympathetic variance process. I think if the town replied with these variances and said, we see you require a variance, we would like to support you. If allowing an ADU to happen, it only needs the town to support the variance rather than just go through a combative variance process, that would probably release a huge amount of potential ADUs rather than builders just giving up.
Yeah. I would hesitate to use combative, but there are changes coming to the LUB to hopefully streamline and make things more certain for everybody involved.
They're not being mean for, you know.
Yeah.
I appreciate it. It's the red tape.
Yes. Great, thank you for that. Councillor Pauw, you have a question.
Thank you for presenting, Mr. Russell. Could you elaborate more on what it's like to develop on cul-de-sac lots?
I think that's where, obviously, in the past, requirements to develop R4 or ADUs always required lane access for very practical reasons. And I think that whilst it is possible to have an R4 development with only access from the street, the ones that we've typically been involved in up in the peaks of Grassy have had an enormous street presence. And of course, just pie-shaped lots. I love a good pie-shaped lot for designing a fun house, but it is just impractical. Maybe at the most, the lots on Riverside Place could be converted to R2, but that's at the absolute most. And even then, you know, it's not like you're going to get a larger duplex, because these lots are also restricted with the setbacks, because of course odd-shaped lots, the setbacks never get any smaller, just the building envelope.
Thank you.
Thank you. I see no further questions, so thank you very much for your comments today. All right, the next up on the list is Mark Fritzler. Good morning. Good morning. Thank you for being here. And whenever, do you need to hook up there?
I might need help, yes.
Okay. So whenever you're ready, the microphone is yours.
I seem to have turned off the computer. There we go. Do I have to do anything here? Okay, very good. So I'm here to speak on behalf of Railway Court. You can see here on the map. Speak up, yes, certainly, thank you. So Railway Court is shown here on the map, and the two properties that I own are number 3 and number 5. So as you approach Railway Court off of Railway Avenue, you can see a significantly narrowing of the roadway. And that's simply because it moves on to a walking path, right? It's very precarious to drive on this walking path with bikers zooming by and pedestrians. And so it just narrows in that way, in that fashion. And here's a sort of a street view of the property, and my neighbor number 7 is that house on the left. So in orange, you can see Railway Court's pathway. And in red, you can see there that is the walking path, that a significant portion of it is actually shared between cars. It was just sort of an allowable access point. And so should cars be allowed on walking paths? No. How many cars are allowed? I don't know. You know, it's precarious as it is, and as we move to R4 development on these properties, that's a lot of cars on walking paths. Here, if you zoom in on the town's satellite view, you see people walking and a biker approaching people from behind, and he's going to ring his bell because that's the courteous thing to do. I want to talk to you about vehicles really quickly here. So the average number of vehicles per household is 2. These properties here, being slated for R4, would have number 1 on Railway Court, 4 to 8 vehicles, 4 to 8 vehicles on number 3, 4 to 8 on number 5. Number 7 is already developed as a single dwelling unit with an ADU. They have 3 to 4 vehicles. Starting with my neighbor, he parks 1 vehicle in his garage. The rest of the garage is used up for bikes. Where does he put his other vehicle? There. He can't actually, because then he can't get out of his garage. So where does he put his vehicles? Well, he puts them on my lot. So we already have a parking problem here because there's nowhere to put vehicles. Where do I put my vehicles? Well, I have 1 green spot of that green car there. The 2 cars on the left of that green car are actually in the creek setback, so you can't actually park there because you can't develop that land to park vehicles. And then you have 15 total vehicles here, all backing on to this walkway. That's the minimum. That's if these are developed into duplexes. If they're fourplexes, we have this. This is absolutely ridiculous. Who wants to come and play on my street and walk there? It's unfathomable. Furthermore, we have a fire hydrant on the end here. So we're talking now about safety. I know this is a comical, ginormous fire hydrant. We're talking about safety. If there's a fire hazard and an event, how is a fire truck going to get in there and access the water to, preserve buildings and lives? I want to talk a bit about the property constraints in this area. Again, this is not really a real road. This is a single lane, a mere accommodation for these properties that was redeveloped. You'll notice that the property lines are very irregular, which is super unusual. There's very few municipalities that would allow zigzagging lines here, but it's a product of the previous owner being obsessed with dividing this lot into 3 to maximize his profits. So they did these strange zigzaggy lines. Here is a picture of my neighbor's development. Every single piece of equipment here, vehicle, outhouse, is actually on my property because there's nowhere to put it, right? It's not a real road. You can't actually develop this land without using other people's properties. You can't park on the road because it's a fire hydrant. Here's just another shot here. Again, this is all these vehicles. I couldn't even access my property during this development, so it was an adventure for sure. I want to talk here about what we see. These are the deep services, the water provided for these R1 lots. The blue line there is the supply water. The black line is the wastewater. These lots are not actually tied into the sewer system as most Canmore lots are. They use a grinder pump. And this black pump, the black line there is a small line, and both the supply and the sewage is not adequate for an R4. It would overwhelm the system if you do the math. So that's another overlook. I've highlighted here the creek setback. Number 3, you can see it's very faint. You can see the proposed development of the previous owner on how you may fit an R1 single detached home on number 3 with a creek setback. You can barely fit a single home on there. And now if the creek setback goes to 30 meters rather than 20 shown here, that lot is entirely sterilized, as is actually number 5 because it pushes it up up to the upper portion there too. Creek setbacks are wonderful. They're protecting the creek, but they are also at odds of this development because densification is going to threaten the creek. For every 10 cigarette butts you find, you're going to find 40. For every can I pull out of the creek, they're going to find 4 more. And so it's just, densification is not necessarily protecting our creek. Thank you. So in conclusion, this rezoning, yeah.
Just to be fair to everybody with time, would love for you, if you could pass these slides on.
Absolutely, yeah.
So that Kim can take a look at them.
Yeah.
And that'd be great. And I see that they give a summary of things that are some further issues.
Yeah, it's just basically how this is legally vulnerable through this being very arbitrary and unreasonable. There's servicing, traffic, and parking constraints.
Right.
This is disguised expropriation if it goes through,
Great.
which is basically it's
Well,
functioning
if you could
impossible.
provide those slides, that'd be great.
Yep.
And looking to council to see if there are any questions. And those slides were very helpful, by the way.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Ma.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Mr. Fritzler, for presenting. Could you go back to your slide with the entryway?
Sure.
I think it was one of your earlier slides.
You're right here.
Yeah, could you tell me a little bit about the history of this, a little further, just elaborate? Because I'm also trying to understand the sizing that you're
Yeah,
saying here.
that's a good question. So basically, the property that I'm referring to is, it sort of was just accessed, through gravel roads, and it was developed as a laneway here for pedestrians. And I mean, there's no room for a real road there either. So I'm not sure what the history is exactly.
Okay.
I just know what it is today.
And I'm just trying to get a sense of scale here. You have a couple arrows there. Could you approximate what the numbers that might be in feet or meters?
That's a good question. I think it's wide enough for one vehicle.
Okay.
So I know 2 vehicles cannot,
Yeah,
pass each
someone's
other.
gotta
You have to back up.
Someone comes through.
Like
Yeah.
I've turned that corner and I've had construction vehicles come out and it's like, what are we gonna do here? I'm gonna back into somebody that's walking behind me, or it's precarious. Yeah.
Okay, all right. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you very much for coming out today and providing your comments. And have a good rest
I'll
of the day.
provide the slide deck.
Yeah, and please do provide the slides. You can provide them to the municipal clerk, and then, just like Mr. Russell, you'll do likewise? Yeah, thanks. Okay, our next speaker is Barbara West. Good morning.
Good morning.
Welcome.
And thank you for hearing from us today.
Absolutely.
I appreciate it.
The microphone is
I'm going to try not to repeat what other people have already said, and I'm going to stay at the maxi level, I think, rather than the specific site, except one thing. Oh, okay. So I do not live on the blank space. So I'm not getting it? Okay. Okay. Okay, so, okay, great, thank you. So I live on the R1 to R4 area in that top little rectangle on the left-hand side that's against the wildlife corridor. Yeah, so I have more questions than I have statements, other than just simply to say that it's going to be very difficult to get an R4 on our property without tearing down the entire house and starting over. That wildlife corridor is also on the floodplain, and also we are close to where a forest fire could occur. I just wonder about increasing the density and what the thinking was in terms of trying to put a higher population in, especially against the wildlife zone. We have coyotes, and we have deer, and we have elk, and they stray into our properties. Then the second question I have is, typically, once the zoning occurs, regardless of what it is, highest and best use applies. Is the town willing to not have that happen until development is actually ready? Because if the infrastructure is not already there, we could be going for years. And I was here in 1989 when the 20-year plan was that we would have 30,000 people in Canmore in 2025. That did not come to fruition. If we rezone these, we're now defining what's going to happen regardless of what happens in 25 years from now. So I'm really a proponent for some kind of rezoning that's related to the actual possibility to work into the construction. And then the second thing is, I forgot one thing about the taxes. Because we're already paying the taxes for the second homes in Canmore, and if the people who live in Alberta are not taxed, and the government does not give the grant money to the town, then I believe those taxes then get put on our taxes. So it's just one more concern I have about how much our taxes are going to be going up. And then finally, I think timing is really important to those of us who are really affected by this, and that is, how soon are you actually thinking about constructing? Do you need to do the rezoning right now if the infrastructure is not there to do what you're talking about doing? And for instance, the line that runs right down the town that takes the sewage and water out, back in the 1980s, there was exactly one restaurant on Main Street, and now we have more than 26 restaurants, and we have exactly the same pipe size. And that pipe has backed up on more than one occasion. So I'm just thinking about, it would be great if you could relate this zoning thing right now that you need to do apparently immediately, how it affects the people who are going to have to leave because they won't be able to afford the taxes anymore on their properties. And that's about it. I really thank you for considering it.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to see if there's any councillors that have questions. Don't see any. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
So folks, here's what we're going to do is we're going to be taking a break. We've finished the list of those who are registered. So when we come back for our break, I am going to just ask if there's anybody else who wants to speak, and the first person that puts up their hand comes next, and we'll just keep doing that until everybody here that wants to speak has had a chance to speak. All right, so we're going to take a break until 10:25. 10:25. Okay, I'll look to Ms. Jones. Okay, we're back, back streaming again. We will return to our public hearing. And now I'm going to be opening it up to anyone else that wishes to speak. I will start in a rotating manner. So first of all, I will see if there's somebody that wants to speak in favor, if anybody wants to speak opposed, or if anybody wants to speak neutral. And if they all tend to be the same thing, then I'll just go with that. But so it just gives equal opportunity. So does anybody want to speak in favor? Okay, please come forward. Welcome. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you.
Yep.
My name is Edmund Ong, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Bow Valley Climate Action Society. BVCA is happy to be here in support of the Town Center ARP implementation package. In part because of the technical nature of some of the submission, or the implementation package, we've already made a detailed written submission. As such, I'll just highlight 10 key points. 1, land use policy is climate policy. Land use policy shapes the forms of our buildings and our communities. Buildings account for 1/3 of Canmore's community GHG pollution. And any new building built today will be in service well beyond the 2050 date of the town's net zero emission goal, which means that any building not built net zero ready is going to be a policy problem in the future. Meanwhile, community form directly affects transportation choices, and transportation accounts for another 60% of Canmore's GHG pollution. 2, the implementation package measures we discussed are implementing the Town Center ARP and also the Climate Emergency Action Plan and climate aspects of the Town of Canmore Strategic Plan. 3, current built form regulations disincentivize energy efficient buildings. Because those regulations limit the exterior dimensions of a building, they set up a zero-sum trade-off between interior habitable space and insulation. 4, the high-performance building incentive pilot requires net zero-ready levels of energy efficiency. 5, in exchange for that truly high energy efficiency, the incentive pilot offers 2 benefits. First, it offsets the energy efficiency disincentives in existing regulations by adjusting size limits. Qualifying buildings would be allowed essentially the same interior habitable space as code minimum buildings are already allowed. We think this levels the playing field. Second, qualifying multi-unit residential buildings would be allowed 25% more units, but the total habitable space remains roughly the same. So this would allow for slightly more units of each a slightly smaller size. 6, incentivization is appropriate. The town lacks the legal authority to require higher energy efficiency, so incentives are the best tools remaining. And net zero buildings are still about 5 to 10% more expensive to build, which means that wider adoption will need some help. 7, because of geometry, denser built forms are inherently more efficient, less expensive per unit, and less expensive to build net zero ready. 8, denser, more connected development and neighborhoods are more efficient. They are more energy efficient because they make transportation mode shifts easier and more appealing, and they are more cost efficient because they make more efficient use of linear infrastructure. 9, research shows that additional new housing supply reduces housing costs across a market by freeing up homes as people move into new homes or new to them homes. 10, our review of assessment roll data indicates that R4 zoning has been successful in South Canmore. Compared to similar R1 properties, R4 zoning has resulted in more than 3.5 times more primary residential properties. And R4 property prices were half that of R1 properties across all quartiles. Lastly, and just for myself, I'd like to add 3 observations based on the discussion surrounding the implementation package. 1, the town has many tools it can use to manage the allocation of publicly provided parking for privately owned motor vehicles. Restrictions on housing availability may have greater downstream side effects on community livability than other tools such as permits or pricing. 2, Data and experience from South Canmore indicate that legacy housing stock is not a reliable pool of affordable housing. Because the town cannot block property owners' rights to redevelop, it is reasonable to expect that most or all legacy buildings in the town center area will be redeveloped within the timeframe of the town center ARP. The issue becomes how the town can shape that coming redevelopment. And third, R4 does not specifically require 4 units. Rather, density in R4 is regulated as units per hectare with a fairly wide range, a 2 times range. So that's an important technical issue. Thanks very much for your time.
Thank you very much. And of course, we received the full written disclosure, and we've all read that as well. So
Thank you.
appreciate that. Looking to council to see if there are any questions. Okay, I don't see any, so please make sure you sign the speaker register. Thank you. Okay, looking to see if there is anybody wishing to speak opposed. Yes, sir. Okay. Welcome and good morning. And
Thank
so
you.
if you can start with stating your name, and whenever you're ready, the microphone is yours.
Okay, Your Worship and councillors, could we expand this map to up where the pond is? Just enlarge the map a bit, and then where the pond is. Thank you. So I live at 1251. My name is Richard Casper, and I live at 1251 7th Avenue, which is the log house on the skating pond. And so that area there, R1 to R4, on the north side of the pond, that is 5 houses that are there. All of these houses are relatively new or recently renovated. They're all basically legacy houses which will be around for generations. And there's really no need to designate R4 in that area because those houses are going to be there forever. And for at least 3 or 4 generations, because they were built for that. They weren't built to be redeveloped later. So that's one point. The other point is that if you look across the pond to Mount Rundle Place, why is that R1 and not being designated as R4? My point is that everything on both sides of the pond should be R1 because in a way, the pond, Policeman's Creek, and that whole area that goes through the town, it's like a mini wildlife corridor. A lot of wildlife pass through there, elk, bear, wolves, coyotes, all the time. I see them all the time coming through my property. And to designate those areas around that sort of mini wildlife corridor as R4 will prevent wildlife movement through the town. And those are my 2 points.
Great, thank you very much. Looking to see if there are any questions from council. Seeing none, please sign the register, and thanks for coming out this morning. Okay, looking for anyone that's speaking neutral. Anyone else in favor? Okay, so we're just going to be calling people up. So, yes, please come up. Thanks for coming out this morning. Good morning, and if you could just please state your name, and whenever you're ready, the mic's all yours.
Good morning. My name is Sharon Wood, and I live on 4 Riverview Place, and I've lived in Canmore for 45 years. I spent my life savings on my home in 2002, and I continue to spend my life savings in taxes on my home. And I guess my big question is who's going to pay for this? My taxes have gone up. I'm paying $13,000 a year now. And that's one of my biggest concerns. And my next concern was the infrastructure, which was addressed. We have power that we were maxed out on the power in Riverview Place. How's that going to happen? And the third is, has a traffic or is it a transportation impact assessment been done for Riverview Place? Because there's only one way in and one way out of Riverview Place. And there is R4 zoned for Riverview Place with no parking. Well, kind of wondering how that's going to work. I've read that parking is going to be provided within 400 meters for people who have vehicles. But how, people still need furniture, people still need services. And my neighbor on an August long weekend said that she sat on her deck one day and watched 100 vehicles pass through or go around, turn around in the cul-de-sac because there's no way, there's only one way in and one way out. So, in conclusion, I guess my biggest concern is there goes the neighborhood, and I don't think I'll be able to afford to live here unless there's another way to pay for this than through the taxpayers, because our taxes have gone up 5 to 15% every year and far exceeded the inflation rate. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for being here. And before you go, two things. I'm going to see if there's any questions. There are none. Please sign the right.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, Councillor Pauw has a question. Sorry.
Sorry, Ms. Wood. Sorry, I caught you halfway there. There are a couple points you referenced in your presentation, and thanks for presenting. We said, who's going to pay for this? And when you say this, what do you mean by that? Because that's a broad term, so I don't quite understand.
Well, I just can't understand why my taxes have gone up so, almost so much every year, and it seems, why are they exceeding the inflation rate, whereas taxation in other communities are not? Why are they so high? Why does it cost me $13,000 a year?
So what, I just want to get to the question, what is this that you're thinking needs to be paid for?
The infrastructure that's going to be required to support this development.
Great.
And this the more...
the net zero stuff?
Yeah, all that zero stuff.
Yeah. Well, the net zero stuff is borne by the developers and the builders on their own specific projects. That's not really on the average person there.
Yeah. And infrastructure is worked into various plans. So we're not really here about taxes, but since you raised it, if you take a look at like in comparable municipalities, they're all going up. Costs of everything's going up. There's inflationary forces for sure. And we don't like it any more than you do. We have to try to manage as best we can because we're all paying the taxes too. So, but anyway,
but it seems like the infrastructure is not. I guess my biggest question is: do you have a transportation impact assessment for what is planned for the town in terms of redevelopment?
So that's a complicated, I'll answer that because it's a complicated question. Whenever you do development, there's different levels of planning. And as you get further down, more specific, usually if you're to do a whole traffic an area, usually whoever's building will do the ultimate detailed study. You have a general plan, and we're actually updating our integrated transportation plan this year. So make sure you come out when you see the signage for that, so that you can provide your feedback. And with that work in place, we set a general, and then as you get closer to the development and changing, you get to the specific. So it's actually a complicated answer.
I imagine.
Councillor Graham had a question.
Thank you, Mr. Wood, or Ms. Wood. Thank you, Mayor Krauser. One more point on the taxation side. Please have a look at which portion is the education tax and which portion is the town tax. Education taxes have increased 18% and 23% in the last little while, while council kept 2 to 5 generally. I know we're not here to talk about that today.
Thank you.
Have a look. But as far as infrastructure is concerned, I know that's a lot of people are concerned about infrastructure and the sewers and the pipes and the power and parking. And I think after the public has spoken, we'll chat with administration about what that looks like. So I just want to ease everyone's concerns that we are going to have that discussion and it will be in public. So we'll get there.
Thank you. I hope it's just not going to be up to the developer.
And thank you very much again, and sign your name. We won't interrupt you this time.
Thank you.
Now looking to see if anyone else wishes to speak. Yes, sir? Good morning and welcome. And say your name and the microphone's yours.
Okay, Roger Jones. I'd like to thank council and everyone for their efforts in this and all the concerned citizens who show up. It shows that we care about this community. And I think at the bottom line, that's what we want to do. And I'm very happy to see some of the changes on the setback for shadows and heights. Because I've already seen on Main Street, there's some issues there. So it's nice to see some positive changes with that. So I'm at 109 Spring Creek Drive. So I don't know, I know Richard had them blow up the map to the right-hand side. So we are just west of where the new Alexander Hotel is being built. So there's four houses based between Main Street and the development. There's an A-frame house, and there's 3 other houses on the right. We've all done extensive renovations, and the A-frame house is about to do the same. My lot is tiny. I had to get an allowance for a cantilever. My neighbor had to get an allowance to extend his deck 2 feet. So we're not R4. My concern is, and this is stepping outside the ARP, is that next to us are 2 R1 lots that are part of Spring Creek Mountain Village. And I have some assurances from Mr. Karnick that they're going to stay R1. However, if we become R4, then what's to stop someone from buying those 2 lots going, well, we're right next to R4, why can't we convert those into something? And based on the first speaker talking about the Section 3 changes where there's discretionary use for beverage, retail space, it's an ideal space. So it's this little spot, but this is a residential area that's been there for a long time. And when you make this precedent, it's not just council, it's the next council. So if we go back, and I can again, once more, just step outside, where the Malcolm Hotel is, the original Spring Creek plan was for those to be townhouses, leading to R1. So we know changes can happen. So my concern is the precedent here. And the final thing I'll say, just in terms of people, I don't think anyone walks by where there's some R1 homes downtown or anywhere else and goes, boy, I'm glad those homes with landscaping and nice yards and views have been replaced by R4 buildings blocking views and shadows. So in terms of the big picture, what are we trying to accomplish? So that's
Great,
what I
thank you very much.
And again, I realize, sorry, it's outside the zone, but
No,
it's also
what I'm hearing
precedence.
is, what I'm hearing
It's
you say
precedence, right?
is, what I'm hearing you saying is in your neighborhood, the R4 is not appropriate, and if it was there, your concern is going to open the door for future
Right,
applications.
and there's only 4 homes.
Yeah. There's actually no precedent in planning law, but I understand the circumstance that you're describing.
Yeah, and all the neighbors feel the same.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Great. So looking to see if there are any questions of council. Seeing none, please sign your name, and thanks very much for being here. All right, who else would like to speak? Okay, there you go. So tell you what we're going to do is we're going to go 1, 2, 3, because I all saw you move. So go ahead, sir. And welcome. State your name and the
Peter
microphone's yours.
Korish. I reside on the alleyway side of 7th Street. So we're R4 currently. And I just wanted to highlight one particular component of R4, which is an inclusion of opportunity to develop ground floor commercial space. I gathered from some of the feedback that that might not have been well understood. So I just want to make sure that that is recognized. And being on the alleyway side, my concern is that for the alleyways in South Canmore, there's very limited parking. And so the concept of commercial space on the ground floor of existing fourplexes in the R4 designation is quite concerning. So I would just like that to be highlighted and recognized. Thank you.
Thank you much for that. I don't see any questions. Thank you for being here. Please sign your name. And then, sir. Yeah. And then we'll go to you after that, sir. Okay. welcome and good morning. And just let us know who you are and then
Okay, great.
proceed.
My name is Garrett Brown, and I live at 4 Riverview Place. My wife Sharon spoke just a minute ago. I did had one question just to follow up on what she was talking about the transportation impact assessments. Mayor, you were mentioning that that process is complicated and will be happening, but it seems like the cart is going before the horse. It seems like before upgrading, it seems like the changes going from R1 to R4 will happen a lot sooner than that traffic impact assessment, and it seems like that's the whole purpose of the traffic impact assessment, is to figure out whether that upgrade in zoning can actually handle the traffic. So that's just something I'm confused about. And
Yeah, there's different levels of planning, and that's the point I was making. There's a certain level that happens, but until you actually know what's going there, because this actually doesn't tell you what's going there.
Okay.
This gives some parameters.
Okay.
Until somebody actually buys a property and says, I want to develop it, or a series of properties, or whatever, you don't know what's going to be built. And so at that level, development determines what is needed in order to assess that application.
Okay.
And whatnot. So there's levels.
Okay.
So do participate in the integrated transportation plan. And as has been said by many here, if and when there's any changes approved, because we're not at that here, we're at the public hearing, there's none of these, there's no flick that switch. I remember when I was first on council in 2012, and I was so excited about the Bow Valley Trail ARP that we just passed. And I was all like, all right, let's get this going. You know, it's a 20 or 30 year process. And it only is subject to things being economically viable, the conditions of the time, market, you know, and what's going to be important in traffic 30 years from now may be very different than what we have now. I don't know, maybe there'll be self-driving cars, or we're going to beam up or something. I'm just kidding, of course, but you know, that's why you can only take it so far, right? You put in parameters, and then you hope that that works. But we're listening to what everybody says, so that we can determine whether these parameters are what we want to approve or not.
Great.
Okay.
So I just had a few other comments. My neighbors, Wes and Pat Campbell, weren't able to be here today, so they wrote a letter that and sent it to council. And I just wanted to highlight a few things, and I'm not implying that these characteristics are a requirement for R4, but Wes and Pat had pointed out that just taking a look at not what is proposed, but existing R4 designation within South Canmore and downtown. And I actually looked at the map myself, and I can't say that I saw that they were all like that, but from what I looked, everything that I looked at that is existing R4 designation had these characteristics. They had rear lane access. They were located on street networks which allowed for looped or continuous vehicle traffic. And they were not located on a cul-de-sac. Riverview Place is a cul-de-sac. There's no, you're one way in, one way out. There's no rear lane access. So clearly in my mind, they do not share the characteristics of existing R4 designation within downtown and South Canmore. So I'm really concerned about traffic and how that will be handled. It is, you know, because it's a one-lane loop, we get traffic all the time coming into the cul-de-sac because they don't know it's dead end. And I worry about it in terms of a safety issue as well as just congestion. We have tons of wildlife in our area just because of the forested area just to the north of us, adjacent to the river, has elk in there all the time in the winter. And they, yeah, I see coyotes coming through our yard, elk in our yard at least twice a week. And I worry about the encroachment on wildlife just being further reduced because of a higher zoning that could occur there. So just again, stating my strong opposition to this being redesignated as R4.
Great, thank you very much. And everyone has been speaking very well and very clear, and we're absolutely hearing what you're saying. Looking to see if there are any questions. Seeing none, if you could sign your name
Great.
there, and thanks for coming out.
Thanks for your time.
Yes, sir. Welcome, good morning.
Thanks. Hi, my name is Dave Gaynor. I appreciate you all taking the time to listen, and I want to say thanks to Ben, who took some time last week to explain how this all works for me. I too am here to talk about Riverview Place. I don't know if you could zoom in on it a bit more. A lot of what's been said is true. There's
So
no
just
street
everybody's
parking.
noting, it's the one in the middle of the screen on the far left.
Yeah, Riverview Place.
R1 to R4, right there.
Yeah, right there. So I think a lot of people have covered it. There's no street parking, there's no sidewalks, there's no lane access. Interestingly enough, the reason I want you to zoom in is the Mount Peachtree cul-de-sac, and I'm not saying you should rezone that, but I'm just pointing out that that one has lanes around it. So if you're gonna actually try and make something R4, it seems to me that would have a fighting chance as opposed to ours. So all the things my neighbors have said is fine, but the thing I wanted to do is offer myself up as an example of what Mr. Russell was talking about. I recently bought 13 Riverview Place with the goal of building a retirement home there that we could also use to have my adult family come and spend time together, so on our remaining years around here. I actually contacted the town in October to say, I'm thinking of buying this lot. Is it good for R1? And someone I talked to here said, yep, R1, no problem, and here we are, I think. And so those lots are all weird. They're pie-shaped, they're trapezoidal, they have these strange frontages because of the rectangle, and I would say like probably at least 10 of them, you'd be hard-pressed to get a duplex on, let alone R4. Like mine is such a weird property, I don't even think it would support a duplex. And so whatever happens here, I'm an example of somebody that's gonna come by soon and says, I have a lot, it's been rezoned R4, you can't build R4 on it. I was hoping to build a family home, and we'll have to work through the process that Mr. Russell talked about. Yeah, and I'm just hoping, so I guess I'm objecting to rezoning those because I don't think it's good for the neighborhood. I don't think it fits, and I also just think it's going to create a stream of people coming asking sort of for variances. I'm not good at the terminology, and we don't need to do that.
Great.
So again, thanks for listening.
Thank you for coming out and sharing your particular experience and perspective. Don't see any questions from council, so if you could just sign the speakers list, very much appreciated. Now looking to see if there's anyone else that wishes to speak today. Yes, sir. Welcome and good morning.
Good morning.
And please state your name, and whenever you're ready, the microphone is yours.
My name is Fraser Ross. I live at 9 Riverview Place. And I'm opposed to the change from R1 to R4, specifically in the Riverview Place section. In terms of three different things. There's an impracticality in terms of development. I think we've heard a lot about the infrastructure, traffic, and Mr. Russell spoke quite well to the difficulties in developing these properties into anything other than realistically R1. There's also a variance creep thing that would probably put into place in terms of the overall design. There were some images shown earlier about, allowing sunlight to come through and stuff, but I think that with the variance creep, you'd end up with a wall all the way to the river. There's also an impact to community. You've probably heard from all of the residents in Riverview Place. We have a summer barbecue. We have all kinds of an email chain, and we talk to each other. So we'd lose all of that. The other thing that we would also lose is some green space. I'm not sure if council's aware of it, but right at the very, very end of Riverview Place, there's a little brown spot past the last lot, and that's the front of Veterans Park. And that front section was the electrical utilities substation, and there's a little itty-bitty fence there, and that designates that lot. That lot would probably be sold, a couple of duplexes thrown in there, and the wall would continue straight to the river. I'm also opposed to the green space conversion to PD. There's a lot of animals that come through the backyard in that section, and it'd be very, very dangerous to change that to anything other than the green space that it is now, because it just is more and more pressure upon the wildlife. The one thing that we haven't heard from is the costs, and I think at the earlier public hearing, Dan Sparks spoke to those costs, and I believe that he elaborated on that, and this is not really a cost-effective, affordable housing area, because the land is very, very expensive, and also we're on a floodplain, so there's no basements. So I don't expect you to have basement suites available, and I think that his numbers were, it was 1.8 for a lot in this area just for the land. So anything that you're going to develop is probably not going to be very community-oriented. It's going to be more second home or vice presidents of oil companies. So those are my thoughts, and I thank you for your time.
And thank you for your time. Looking to see if there are any questions. Seeing none, thank you very much for sharing your perspective. If you could sign the list there, thank you. Who would like to speak next? Right at the very back, yep. Good morning. Good morning.
My name's Linda Evans.
Yeah.
And I would like to give you
So tell you what.
some pictures I took on the weekend.
Sure.
That pertain to.
Tell you what, the municipal clerk can assist you here, and yeah.
Pictures?
Yeah. There you go.
Oh, I'm short.
And whenever, welcome, and whenever you're ready, the microphone's all yours.
Okay. So I can see them. So I think I couldn't hear very well back there. But I think I can sum up a lot of this. And I'll just go quickly because I'm on the clock. I'm talking about 8th Street and River Road and Riverview Place area. And I've lived there for over 50 years. So I have a good observation of what it's like there. As the town visibly stands now, Main Street ends at the corner of 8th Street and 8th Avenue. That ending is even more visible now with the new 3-story corner building almost finished. If you take Main Street any farther, it runs into a neighborhood of longstanding that has no exits, but is locked in place by 2 dead-end roads, a park, and the Bow River. This area has always been a source of confusion, but in reality, Main Street turns left on 8th Avenue and it follows the road over the Bow River Bridge to new neighborhoods. Main streets do not end as a dead-end road. River Road is zoned for duplexes right now, and Riverview Place is zoned for single-family road. River Road is the only road to Riverview Park. Now, what has happened there in the last few years is amazing. Besides the regular resident traffic, the road plays host to tourists accessing the park. Visitors park their cars the whole length of the road on an angle, taking up much of the road. Residents also park their cars on the road because there's no room on their lots. I wouldn't even try to guess the number of cars driving into the neighborhood just looking for a place to park. To add to the confusion, foot and bike traffic have increased immensely, and people are walking all over the road. And if you look at some of the pictures, this is on Sunday, which is a dead time of year. This isn't nothing compared to what goes on in the summer. Visitors park their cars the whole length of the road, and residents park their cars on the road. To add to the confusion, people are all over the road, most due to the lack of, there's no sidewalks and there's no footpaths in that area at all. Then we come to lost cars are a problem. With people, I can't go outside my house without telling somebody how to get somewhere. Lost cars are a problem because they end up going through the intersection, turning around in the middle of the roads and creating a dangerous scenario. And one of the pictures has a car turning around in the roads and people in the middle of the road trying to get through. Most are looking for the bridge over the Pauw River. So emergency vehicle access can be challenging. We had an incident 2 years ago where the fire engine could not get up to the end of the street. There were actually motorhomes sticking out, and there was just hardly any room to get through. There's a picture of a car going through that I gave you. And that's just a normal car. If you put even a truck there, you can hardly get through. So it's a real challenge. And then when I saw the fire engine finally got up to the end of the road, and then I heard him coming back in my house. I looked out, and the poor guy was backing up all the way, trying to get through the traffic. So this is a real problem that I think there should be some rules on. Anyhow, emergency vehicles can be challenging, traffic turnaround dangerous, and the sheer number of cars and people are overwhelming. There are 14 lots on Riverview Road, 14 lots on Riverview Place. That translates to 112 housing units, each with at least one car if you are for it.
Great, thank you.
So
Thank you very much.
our occupancy and density is critical for dead-end roads. They've written things on that, articles on that. These numbers sound like a disaster to me.
Okay, well, thank you very much. And
Okay.
your time is up, so I thank you very much for sharing that and the photos.
right,
And there's also been others that have spoken to it too, so we certainly understand and hear
But
your concerns.
there are some questions that need to be answered.
Okay, so you can email those to me.
Because this proposal
Excuse me,
of
Miss
R4
Evans? Miss Evans?
is a full assault.
Yeah, Miss Evans? Yeah, we hear you. And just to be fair to other people that are waiting to speak as well, all right? Well, you might be. Let's see if that's the case. Is there anybody else that wishes to speak? Oh, Linda Evans. Yeah. Okay. Anyone else wishing to speak? Calling it the second time? Anyone else? Third time? Okay, thank you very much, everyone, for all of the feedback that's been provided. Now we're going to ask the municipal clerk to let us know about the written submissions that have been received.
Okay, so we received 5 letters in favor from Florian Youngin, Claire Lacosta, Edmund Ung on behalf of the Bow Valley Climate Action Society, Joanna McCallum on behalf of the Royal Canadian Legion, Three Sisters Branch, and Alexandra Piper on behalf of the Bow Valley Builders and Developers Association. We also received 29 letters in opposition, including a joint submission by Sue Anderson and Rick Leahy, Duncan Highsmith and Anna Aruhu, Chris and Brenda Seasons, Cameron and Julia Hall, and Richard Casper, and then additional letters from Liz Baker, Duncan Brown, Wes and Pat Campbell, Carolyn Cavalier, Carmelo and Annika Siramadiro, Catherine Cronin Chase, Mark Fritzler, Val and Don Goodrow, Daniel Hanna, Roger and Dorothy Jones, Richard Casper, Pat Kinnear, Julia Nolden, Valerie and Robert Nolden, Bill Laws, Les and Larry Lair, Peter Muesley, Corey Ogle, Andrew Osborne, Joe Potts and Barbara West, Douglas Prohl and Sylvianne Lippert, Dr. Nori and Fiona Ramsey, Kathleen Rogers, Patricia Rosendahl, Peter Salfner, Murray Skinner, Ernst Stadler, and Nia West.
Great, thank you very much. One thing that we are truly blessed with here in Canmore, and that is citizens that care enough to come out and to write, and whatever your perspective, is very important that we receive them, because if we don't hear from you, then how are we to know what you're thinking? So thank you very much for everyone that's being here and who have written. You've definitely given us lots of good feedback on what has been put forward. Now it's time for council's questions of administration. Actually, administration, do you have any comments that you would like to be making based on what you've heard? Yeah. Mr. Gravel? Yes.
I think I'll just start with addressing the curveball that you wanted to throw at the start here, and I'll bring up Harry Schneider, the Manager of Planning and Development, to speak to that. Sorry. Strike one. So.
Mr. Schneider, welcome.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. With respect to the first question that you asked, the curveball question, depending on what we basically hear from council, it may require an amendment to the town center area redevelopment plan. What I would note is that if we do make an amendment to the plan, that will require another public hearing to be held. My recommendation would be, if we are to do that, that we're able to get basically an issues list from council, and then similar to how it was reported back on the area redevelopment plan in the late spring, early summer, we were able to provide guidance to council as to what would be needed to be done. So in some cases, it may require a simple tweak to the land use districts that are proposed. In other cases, if there's something larger, it would likely trigger an amendment to the area redevelopment plan. But the idea would be, if we had to amend the ARP, we would hold the public hearing, and we would make the changes to the documents that you have in front of you now, and then basically give third reading to all three documents at the same time.
Right, okay, thank you very much.
Okay.
So, Mr. Gravel, did you have actually some things that you had prepared that you wanted to speak to, or?
I had a few responses prepared. I thought I'd also give the opportunity for our engineering department to come up first and speak to some of what they heard.
Okay.
So if Mr. Kinsey, our municipal engineer, would like to come up.
Okay. Mr. Kinsey, welcome.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. First, I could address some of the concerns related to transportation. Thanks for the prompt. Many of you were on council when we were working on the town center area redevelopment plan. You might recall that a transportation impact assessment was conducted as part of the development of the ARP. As part of that assessment, we did look at different growth scenarios based on the projected densities, just to ensure that they could be accommodated. The conclusions of that study reinforced the messaging that's in the current ITP, which is we can manage growth in the community, both due just to growth we would expect, but also due to increased density. We can manage that through the strategies that have been outlined in the ITP. Namely, those strategies include parking management, using free local transit, and encouraging mode shift through complete streets and other measures. So that's the transportation piece. I could
Can
move
I
on to
just
servicing, or I'll
ask
answer questions.
a question
Yeah.
on that one?
Mhm.
Can you remind me if, because it's a high level plan. It doesn't look at a particular development, but it looks at it as a whole.
Correct.
Did it focus on the main thoroughfare streets, or did it actually go to the granularity of looking into, like on a Riverview Place, or looking into Railway Court, or looking at the little inlet just north of the pond? Did it get to that granularity?
So I personally wasn't involved in the highly detailed development of that. There was Claire Ellick, our transportation engineer. However, what I can say, I did hear the concerns about Riverview Place in particular. And what I could speak to on that is, we rely on City of Calgary development guidelines for subdivisions. And in that guideline, and also the City of Calgary Fire Department Access Standard, there are tables that speak to the length of a cul-de-sac and the number of units in a cul-de-sac. And based on those parameters, we can, it establishes whether a cul-de-sac turnaround is required, whether a second public access is required, or emergency access is required. And as I was listening to the speakers, I was looking at the number of parcels there and the number of units that could be expected at full build-out, which may or may not occur. And even under a full build-out scenario, those cul-de-sacs are adequate based on the City of Calgary standards. So even if we were to see full development in those, with a cul-de-sac, they do meet the standards.
Okay, thank you. Please proceed if there's any other comments you'd like to provide.
Sure, so just in regards to servicing, again, as part of the development of the area redevelopment plan, we did commission a servicing study. So this looked at several different growth scenarios. Similar to the TIA, we looked at a full build-out scenario, which may or may not be realistic, but is kind of a litmus test. And we also looked at a reduced growth scenario. Regardless of which scenario, it did identify a few, I would call them minor bottlenecks in terms of water and sanitary servicing. As you are also aware, we do have an upcoming program. Many of the utilities in the Valley Bottom are reaching the end of their service life. They were mostly installed in the 1960s. And we're developing a program to replace those, just as a matter of life cycle replacement. We can leverage that program to increase pipe diameters in strategic locations, such that we can provide the adequate level of service for the full build-out scenario, should we need to. Part of that would also include providing increased hydrant density as required to meet fire flow requirements. So those are my key points, but welcome any questions you may have.
Great. Any questions on what Mr. Kinsey has shared? Not at this time.
Okay,
Thank you very much. And Mr. Gravel, do you have additional comments you'd like to make based on what was heard?
Sure. Just wanted to highlight again that this is a plan for 25 years, so change is going to be gradual. Redevelopment will be gradual. We're not going to see all these changes overnight. And touch on the rezoning of residential areas to R4 district. I did want to point out again that that is in alignment with the land use concept for the ARP. That character area that I showed earlier, within it, there's a policy statement that says, you know, the R4 district is the type of form that we want to see in this area. So it's quite clear in the ARP that what form we're looking for from a residential perspective. So the rezoning here, I guess the key message is it's not out of left field. It's always been, you know, at the forefront of these discussions. And the point of the rezoning to R4 is to allow for housing choice, introducing more housing forms in addition to the single detached dwellings that we see in the downtown. I do acknowledge that obviously the affordability piece isn't just addressed by simply allowing townhouses. Market prices will govern that. But we have added an incentive to include accessory dwelling units, which touches upon adding rental housing as a component of that. Beyond just introducing a variety of housing forms, the density itself does help to support the downtown and the goal of the plan for increased vibrancy. So helping to support those commercial businesses on Main Street and 10th and just activating the downtown more by allowing for more people in the downtown to live. I know there was some concerns raised about the practicality of developing a fourplex or a multiplex on some of those lots. Traditionally, we have seen much of the fourplex development in Canmore on lots with lane access. It's certainly easier to have the access, vehicular access through the lane and the front, but really the shift here is just the parking would go in the front for those units that didn't have a lane, and those unit owners that are in the back would simply walk from the front to the side of the building to access their properties, which for many fourplexes in the downtown, that's actually where their entrances are. They're on the side of the building. There's also the option for cash in lieu of parking, which could eliminate having to have 4 parking stalls in the front anyways. So there are some options to provide a bit of a relief valve for designers in this case, but it would be a differing sort of building from what we've traditionally seen in the R4 district. There was also some concerns raised about the introduction of commercial use in the R4 district. I will point out that that is a discretionary use, the commercial uses, so it'd be at the town's discretion or the planning department's discretion as whether or not it's appropriate. What we're looking for is to try and add a little bit more small-scale commercial in these areas, but not so much leapfrogging, you know, having commercial at more the end of the plan where it doesn't really make sense. There's not a lot of visibility to it. So again, it's just trying to introduce that opportunity for some residents who may see an advantage as well of having their own business at their home, whether it's live, work, or standalone commercial. And I know there was some concerns about setting a precedent in Spring Creek for rezoning to R4. The Spring Creek Area Redevelopment Plan does, from my recollection, state that those will be R1 properties. So if a landowner wanted to proceed with a rezoning there, they'd also have to amend their area redevelopment plan. And that would, of course, require approval by council, public hearing, notification of the neighborhood, and merits to support that change. There was a concern raised about the mail-out and providing adequate notice of the rezoning. I did receive some of those calls. It's acknowledged that the legend wasn't perhaps explicit in terms of the names of the districts. However, all the notices included contact information if you needed more clarity or if you had any questions. So certainly that was taken advantage of by some residents who were looking for additional clarity, and we provided that. So And there was a concern raised about changing the CW district to the public use district, so Riverside Park and some of the other areas. I did want to highlight that those areas are not part of the habitat patch or wildlife corridor, and that an environmental impact assessment was completed for the downtown to support the land use concept. And that's it for my responses. Happy to take any questions.
So I'm just going to start, then I'm going to go to Councillor Graham as a question, then Councillor Faubert. First of all, I just wanted to say thank you for providing your feedback. Two things I want to just stress for everybody. One is the changes that were brought forward by administration were aligned with the approved area redevelopment plan. Okay, and that's their job, is to bring those back. The questions that council needs to decide is, are we still happy with that? And that's what we're getting feedback on. But this is not because administration's trying to put something forward. They brought forward what they're supposed to bring forward, and that's what's in alignment with the area redevelopment plan. So I just wanted to note that. Secondly, I also wanted to note, Mr. Gravel, you've done a stellar job of stepping in, because I know that Mr. Cairns had been carrying this ball quite a ways, or in fact the whole ways, and I know the other development team were involved, but you've stepped up very well, so thank you very much for that.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Councillor Graham, you have a question?
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Mr. Gravel. I've got three, if that's okay. I wonder if you'd expand a little bit on the R4 small-scale commercial. And I fully expected that in the MU-T zoning, but in the traditional R4s, what are some examples of things that would be considered?
Yeah, so I can, I'll just share my screen again. Hopefully that's going to be big enough. So here's the proposed amendments to the R4 district up on the screen. And you'll notice that we've added arts and crafts studio, eating and drinking establishment, live work studio, and personal service and retail sales as possible commercial uses. These are intended as small scale, so they are limited to the ground floor. And they are discretionary, so we have the ability to ensure that they're still sensitive to existing residential in the neighborhood.
Thank you, I appreciate that clarity. One of the speakers talked about flood zones, and I wonder if you might elaborate on how that's taken into consideration.
Yeah, so we have a flood hazard in in Canmore. We have the flood fringe area where basically there's the risk of flooding from the Bow River. And we also have groundwater that we need to address with redevelopment. So how we do that is we require new development to be above the minimum elevation that we anticipate for that hazard, the 1 to 100 year level. And so they bring their main floor to be at that. So for groundwater, there would then be no issues with the flooding of a basement, because there wouldn't be a basement because the main floor is high enough to prevent that. Same with any type of flooding. If the Bow River flooded for whatever reason, windows, doors, openings would be at a high level to prevent it from going into the dwelling or business to prevent damage. So we certainly address those hazards as part of redevelopment at the development permit stage.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I'm good for now. Thank you.
Councillor Faubert.
Thank you, Mayor Krauser. Thank you, Mr. Gravel, for your presentation. I'm curious about the R4 residential medium density district, because when I hear people talk about R4, it sounds like the conclusion is everything will be a fourplex. But when I read the district, I don't see anywhere that says a fourplex. Can you explain to me how the R4 is applied when it comes to determining what kind of density should be, is appropriate for a lot that's zoned that way?
Absolutely. Thank you for the question. So you are correct, Councillor, that the density is not prescribed as a fourplex or 4-unit townhouse, but rather it's set at a minimum and maximum for a parcel, which is based on the hectares of the parcel. So if you look at the screen, you'll see, maybe I can zoom in a bit here, so it's clear. There you go. So the minimum density shall be 49 units per hectare in the R4 district. What that means in practical terms for a standard lot in South Canmore is 3 units as the minimum. And then there's a maximum.
Yeah, three units as the minimum?
As the minimum, yes. And then for the maximum, it's 98 units per hectare, which translates to about 5 units. So there is a range there. 4 seems to be the preferred choice for developers. I guess it just meets their goals, their performa, what have you, but there's an opportunity for 3 units. We've also added to the district here as a discretionary use duplex dwelling, and that was intended to address some of the concerns around constrained sites. So where it could be demonstrated that 3 units just isn't possible, we would entertain 2.
And that's that 3.12.4.4 on the next page, is that correct?
Yes, unfortunately, I just zoomed out, but let me bring that up. Yes, so there's a use-specific regulation there that basically states, for constrained sites or something where it's just a site where it's just not realistic, it's just not possible, we would consider a duplex dwelling on the site.
So when I look at all these together, would it be correct of me to think that an R4 actually provides a zoning with a range of densities for consideration should redevelopment be happening?
Yes, I think that's an accurate statement.
I do have more questions, but I'd love to give the floor to my colleagues at this time and come back to me for another turn.
Okay, I'm just going to ask a follow-up on that last one prior to passing it along. So heaven forbid that somebody has a single-family home on one of these lots, and there was a fire that required it to be demolished. Could they rebuild a single-family home?
The way that the district is structured, or I should back up and say, the uses included in the district do not allow for a single detached dwelling as a use. So if the lot burned down, or the house burned down, then they would have to meet the new rules because it's a legally non-conforming use. The only way that council could address that is if they added as a discretionary use something like use is approved, prior to bylaw such and such as a means to recognize something that was approved in the past. It's discretionary, so there's still a little bit of an opportunity there. If, the planner wanted to enforce the rules, they could, but it does open the door a little bit more to an addition or, a rebuild if there's a tragic situation.
Great, thank you. Councillor Murray?
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Mr. Gravel. A couple of questions here. First of all, Mr. Russell, in his presentation, he mentioned a kind of an odd parcel of land. It's across the street from the pond. It's very narrow, runs all the way up to the spur line there. It's surrounded by ED, but it's still designated as R1. He was wondering why it was not being proposed to become ED. Can you speak to that little sliver of land a bit?
Yes, absolutely. Let me just zoom in here. You know what, I'll go through here. It's a little easier with this program.
saw that
Yes,
kind of
I
guitar-shaped
believe
looking thing there, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So that's Crown land, and that's correct. It is still zoned R1. ED is probably a better fit in terms of the zoning. Practically speaking, with the creek right there, I'd say it's not developable once you factor in setbacks as well, front yard setbacks, things like that. It's just not developable. But yes, to answer your question, it's probably just a bit of a miss in terms of adding that to ED.
Okay, thank you. And my second question is just sort of going through some of the proposed changes to the zoning. I noticed that for both TC and GD, visitor accommodation was moving from permitted use to discretionary use as part of the proposal. With these proposed areas going to GD, I'm curious how it would work in practicality if someone were to come forward with a proposal that include visitor accommodation for those areas.
So are you referring to the R3 district that's being rezoned to GD and the implications of potentially visitor accommodation there?
Correct.
Okay, yep. So that has actually been raised by a number of residents, and obviously I can see what their concern is. So there's two layers to it. First, it's a discretionary use, which means the planners have discretion. It's not an automatic approval. The second is that the town center ARP for the Gateway District has some pretty heavy requirements for visitor accommodation. I'll bring them up just so everybody can see that. The short answer is it would be unlikely that any existing townhouse unit could actually meet the requirements in the ARP to be able to operate visitor accommodation. But I said I would bring it up, so. So visitor accommodation should be a discretionary use and considered when the proposal is for a hotel use that features a staffed lobby or prominent entryway on the ground floor. Other commercial uses such as retail, cafe, restaurant are provided on the ground floor and activate a majority of the street. So there's a lot of requirements there that would make it unlikely for an existing townhouse to be able to satisfy those requirements, and it's also discretionary use. So the combination of those two, I can't see any visitor accommodation being approved in those areas.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Pauw.
Thank you, Your Worship. And further to Councillor Murray's commentary about the various townhome complexes that are in the proposed G-free area, or GD area from R3 to GD. I would also imagine these townhome complexes also are governed by condo boards. They could also have their own layering of what they're allowed to have happen. Like, what prevails? Is there a hierarchy there as well?
That's a great question, Councillor Mott, and I just wanted to add to my response there. Certainly if they were to redevelop the site comprehensively, they could do visitor accommodation, but I believe the concern is, one unit here or there is going to be converted to a visitor accommodation unit, which isn't a reality. So coming back to your question, Councillor Maw, condominium bylaws are not something that the Development Authority Council really takes into consideration when it looks at land use decisions. Obviously, they exist and they have a authority in their own world. Whenever we receive a development permit application, we always, for a condominium that affects a condominium, we always refer the applicant to their condo board just to make sure that they're in alignment with their condo boards or their condo bylaws as a courtesy, but we don't review them. We don't make conditions related to them. So if the condominium has the authority to set, restrictions on commercial and things like that, I guess that's up to them, but the town doesn't really get involved in terms of which prevails. The town has the authority to set land use, and if a condominium, if an owner in a condominium needs to comply with their bylaws, that would be an issue between the owner and the condo board to resolve.
Okay, thank you, that's helpful. So really, in the reality of the situation, I do know it's like a fear among some people in these townhomes, oh, we're gonna get kicked out, we're gonna get moved out. That's not really the case. Like, the odds of the developer coming in and purchasing every single unit in a townhome complex at a price that compels people to sell, so then they could do a different project, that's a big ask. But another question I have is going towards, say, Mallard Alley. There's some commentary though, because parts of Mallard Alley are being proposed to go from, say, R2A to R4, but some of them actually have septic tanks. Moving forward, if someone was to try and take one of these lots and like densify, how does that tie into the whole septic tank infrastructure piece?
That's a great question. So yeah, there are some properties in Canmore that are still on private services. Anytime those lots are redeveloped, we require them to connect to municipal services.
Mm-hmm.
So at the time those lots are redeveloped, they would,
Have to tie in.
connect.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Marin.
Yeah, I just wanted to say I had a lot of similar questions as my colleagues, so thank you for asking those and thank you for all of the information. I don't think I have any further questions to add, but I also wanted to say thank you to everybody who spoke today and submitted feedback as well. I mean, the ARP was approved by the previous council, and I think getting into these details, it's really good to hear those feedback from residents and how it's impacting them on more of that granular level. So I just want to say thank you to everybody who participated in the public hearing as well. And like I said, I had a lot of questions, but I think they've been answered by my colleagues asking them, so thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Faubert.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Mr. Gravel. I heard it said during the public hearing that there are a number of properties by virtue of their shape and the setbacks to the creek would not be appropriate for anything other than an R1. Do you agree with that assessment? Is that something that when we go through and make this implementation plan, do we go and do a site-by-site assessment like that? Is that even an option?
I would say that given the creek setback, there's already a constraint on most of those properties for redevelopment that they would need to deal with. So I don't think this is dramatically changing here. In fact, I think that the updates to the water body section actually provides a clear pathway on what a homeowner needs to do in order to redevelop their site. Whereas before, we had a very strict limit on, say, a reduction to the creek setback or water body setback, and you'd need to go to the subdivision and development appeal board, and they would decide on it based on whatever, criteria they wanted to use. So I would say that that remains an issue, constraints such as lot shape and creek setback, regardless of the rezoning.
Yeah, okay. And then I just make sure I have a list of questions. Does anyone else have a question? I see.
Yeah, I'll go to Councillor Graham right now while you check.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Mr. Gravel. This one might be for Mr. Kinsley. There was a fair bit of concern about utilities and infrastructure and how, kind of what comes first, these plans versus the limitations that we've currently got. I know you spoke a little bit to it earlier, but I wondered if you could just elaborate on where we currently are and how we get to where we're going, and the limitations that we have around current infrastructure, the aging of it, the capacity of it. Just a little bit more of a fulsome analysis of that for the public, if you would.
Yeah, happy to elaborate on that. As I mentioned, the plan for the utilities life cycle replacement is still underway, so I don't have that data to share with you today as to the progression of that. However, what I can say in relation to the servicing study that was performed, the pipe diameter increases that are required to meet the maximum density, they're quite modest. So we're talking about where we might have a 150 millimeter diameter water main today, that would become a 200 millimeter water main in the future. So these are quite modest increases, and this is not everywhere in the plan area, just in a few key locations, namely things like cul-de-sacs, et cetera. So the increase, I just want to couch this in saying that the increases are fairly modest. So the investment is not significant, and also the timing of it, I think, is less of a consideration because we're not speaking of significant deficits in service level. So this can be considered. So to further answer your question,
Keep going, yep.
You know, the unknown is the rate at which we will see redevelopment in accordance with the new area redevelopment plan and these new districts. That's something we can adapt to as we move through. You know, this is a multi-decadal plan for replacing all of the water and sewer. It's an ambitious and will take quite a bit of time. This is something that, as we see the pace of redevelopment in the community, I think we can have a look at those plans and adapt and monitor and adjust to suit if need be in terms of timing and location.
Thank you. And I wonder, there was some concerns about cost and, and taxation and who pays for those sorts of things. And I wonder if you might be able to elaborate on that for the public as well for council.
Yeah, certainly. So the life cycle replacement itself is utility rate funded.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so the water and sewer utilities, any property owner in town pays their bi-monthly rates. Those rates are then rolled back into operations and maintenance, which includes life cycle replacement of the pipes.
Mm-hmm.
So that piece of the project, which is really the lion's share of the cost,
Mm-hmm.
is managed through the utility rates.
Great.
Any incremental cost increase, we'd need to consider what the funding mechanisms are for that.
Yeah.
But I can assure you, going from a 150 millimeter to a 200 millimeter water main is really a nominal increase in cost when you're already opening the road and doing that excavation.
Ms. Smithers, do you have anything you wanted to add?
Yes, and I wanted to thank Mr. Kinsey and the engineering department being put on the spot to answer questions affecting public works. You're doing a great job speaking for your colleagues.
No problem.
I did want to add to Mr. Kinsey's comments, though, first of all, to flag for council, and some of you may remember this during the Finance Committee discussions, that some of the water mains on the valley floor are actually smaller than our current standards. So just in the act of undertaking the neighborhood deep utility replacement program, we will be replacing those water mains with bigger water mains just because our standards have changed, which addresses some of the density piece as well. And the other thing I did want to flag is there is some urgency to that life cycle replacement. Again, as you'll recall through the discussions around budget, ideally we may be starting some of that utility replacement even this year, but for certain it will be starting in 2027 and be focusing on the older parts, the older developed areas of the valley floor in those initial years. So it is a big project that will take place over a few years, but it's starting quickly, so I just wanted to flag that as well.
Great, thank you.
And it's my understanding that increased densification and growth will be paying for their share of those infrastructure costs as we just went through the offsite levy process. So that will not be borne by the taxpayer. The growth will pay for growth.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councillor Robert.
Thank you, Your Worship. Mr. Gravel, I heard a lot of concerns today around that this implementation plan and the land use zoning changes is driving towards all of these properties being redeveloped. But is that actually the case from a land use planning perspective when we as the municipality are looking at a rezoning like this? Are we driving towards an actual outcome of things being redeveloped, or are we more allowing for things to be possible, right? Like when private developers come and or private property owners come and they ask for a rezoning, this is a very common process that we go through as a municipality, but it's always driving towards the outcome that that property owner wants. And it feels to me like a lot of the concerns that I've heard today is that this rezoning is driving towards something of a similar outcome. But to my understanding, and when I read the districts, That's not what I'm seeing and what I'm interpreting. So as a planner, how does this plan unfold if it was approved over time? Does it result in immediate, intense, built form change in our community? Or is it more of a slow evolution?
Yeah, so I think it all starts with the town center area redevelopment plan and setting that vision, right? You pointed out that we have landowners who come in with amendments that affect just their property for a specific change, for either increased development potential or whatever the case may be. But in this case, the town is leading the change, and specific to how do we envision our downtown. That's what we've really wanted to establish here. What is the vision? What does it look like? Where are we going? And so we established that. Now it's how do we get there? And we're just trying to establish or match the zonings that fit that vision here. I had several residents ask me if there was developers who had sort of requested these zonings because of projects they were considering. And the answer is no. Like this is holistic, it's organic, it's the town just trying to determine how we address this vision. It's not, oh, we have a potential development and so we need to shape it this way. So if these are approved and implemented, then as I mentioned, development would be gradual. There's lots of properties that are already redeveloped and wouldn't be developed for a long time. So it will be slow, it will be gradual, and if there's, again, a need to tweak things, because we're seeing different outcomes than what we envisioned, we can do that. So there's always that mechanism to hear feedback from the community. So that's how I would see it unfolding. It's going to unfold over 25 years. It's going to be gradual, and there may need to be the occasional opportunity to tweak things. We're rewriting the land use bylaw as well, which would be an opportunity to check in on how things are going here too, in case there's a need to make some changes.
Perfect. Thank you.
Councillor Pauw.
Thank you, Worship. Thank you for being up there for so long, Nathan. You're doing a great job. And
thank you.
So my question, this came from a constituent, and they wrote it into their public hearing submissions on a written piece, and it really wasn't covered by anyone else in speaking publicly, so I thought I'd just kind of bring it up. So this gentleman, they have a situation, they're in an R1 lot, and they are trying to help the housing situation in the community by building a garage suite. So it's essentially a detached accessory dwelling unit. If his region was supposedly going to go from R1 to R4, my assumption is that he would not be precluded from continuing on that path, correct?
That is correct.
Perfect.
I will add to that too, that actually if his intention is to build a detached accessory dwelling unit, the R4 district would be a benefit because there's relaxations or incentives in there to encourage that. So for example, you don't have to provide a parking a parking stall, whereas currently you would. So it's actually a benefit. So yes, they could build because the use still exists in the district. And two, I think it actually works out better for them.
It's even more compelling now. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Gravel. That's all. Thank you. That's all the questions. Okay, so I'm going to try to wrap this up, but also provide you some options for everyone that's here, because you may want to find out what we do with this. So what I'm going to say is a few things. One, we're coming to the end of our public hearing, and after that, council has received the feedback that we need in order to consider and move forward with our decisions. So pursuant to best practice and making sure that all council receives all information and whatnot, we don't receive further feedback once a public hearing is closed, okay? Whether we make the decision today or another day. So the public feedback portion is closed. But I can assure you that through the written submissions and through the verbal presentations today, we have heard loud and clear the various perspectives at play and some of the concerns raised. And so now we have to figure out what to do about that, right? One thing that I'm fairly certain about is that we're not going to do it today. It is on the schedule for this afternoon, and I won't know till I know, but I will be making a postponing motion and giving some thought over the noon hour as to what needs to happen between now and when we make a decision. So it will be, I expect, I've talked with all of my colleagues during the break, or during the breaks, and I believe that that motion will be successful to postpone. Now, if you're really curious as to what that looks like, you'll have to come back after lunch. Because we're not going to do it right now. We've got a few other things in the agenda, and I need to give that some thought. But you can read about it in the paper and read the release by the town in the council clips and all those sort of things that they put on Facebook, and then check our website when it gets updated. So I understand if some people can't get back, and I know you're interested, but given where we are, it's appropriate that right now okay, Councillor Graham, you had a question. Is this a process question, or?
If we wanted to bring that motion before we had a break here.
No, we're not doing that. No, there's too much that has to be considered. I want to do this right instead of fast. So I'm going to adjourn the public hearing right now, and I'm going to have us break for lunch until 1 o'clock. We'll return. Anyone that wishes to return at 1 o'clock will be dealing with this soon after that. If not, stay tuned. Like I say, I very much expect we're not dealing with it today. So if you feel like you need to go and you'll just catch up, I don't want to take more of your valuable time than we have to. So thank you everyone again for your time today. Municipal Clerk to advise when we're streaming again. Okay. All right, we're back from lunch break. Now we're going to proceed with the next items on our agenda. Next is approval of minutes. D1 is minutes from January 6th. Anybody have any errors or omissions? Note on that. Okay, then I'll move approval of the minutes of the January 6th, 2026 regular meeting of council as circulated. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Any errors or omissions on the January 13th special meeting minutes? I move that we approve the minutes of the January 13th, 2026 special meeting of council as circulated. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Okay, moving to item G1, bylaw approval. This is the Town Center Area Development Plan Implementation Package, Municipal Development Plan, Bylaw Amendment 2025-40, and Revised Land Use Bylaw Amendment 2025-36. I'm going to move that we postpone this matter to March 3rd, 2026, to give council time to consider feedback received from the public. So that's the motion, and in speaking to the motion, we're also, I propose, not going to deal with this on March 3rd, the second or third readings. The process I'd like to see happen is we've heard a lot of feedback. I want to bring a motion on March 3rd that provides direction to administration of the things that we would like them to report upon, such as the impacts of removing R4 or the impacts of the GD, or impacts of changing that one section to ED, and whatever they are, okay? I intend to bring a motion then, but I'm going to ask council to give some thought to what you've heard. Send me an email with respect to the issues that you would like to have addressed so that I can craft this motion. When I bring the motion on March 3rd, it will be completely open for debate. It will be completely open for amendments, and we will fine-tune what that direction is that we provide administration. And then at that time, based on knowing what the direction is, we'll seek some advice from administration as how long it may take to get that information together, and we will set a further date that this matter is postponed until. All right, so for right now, postponing it to March 3rd so that we can get this motion prepared based on what you see as your items of concern, and we'll go that way. I just think today it would be too fast to do that. I think we need some time for reflection, and it would just be making sausage on the floor of the council chamber when we could maybe do it in a more orderly fashion. All right? So that's my motion. Would anybody like to speak to the motion? Councillor Graham?
Thank you, Your Worship. Supportive. I wonder if that's about a month away, and then we're going to potentially postpone then again another month. So that gives us a couple of months.
Or more.
Or more. We do have some time in our schedules to potentially do that with a special meeting sooner. Any appetite for that, or?
No, I don't think that we have the time immediately coming up that we can do that. But let's take a look at what this is going to look like. It could be very quick. It could be come back March 3rd, make the motion, and April 3rd we're back dealing with second and third reading. It could be that what we have before us requires a little bit longer, so maybe we're not back until April or May. And then if the recommendation that council ends up going with involves an opening up of the area redevelopment plan, then it's going to be longer than that. We need to get this right.
Yep.
It's not about doing it fast, it's about doing it right. Okay?
Thank you.
So I want us to take time. I don't want us to rush into this. And we've received a lot of feedback and some very good feedback.
Thank you.
Councillor Merritt.
Yeah, I fully support postponing and giving us time to take a look at these zoning changes. We heard a lot of feedback today and a lot of concerns, particularly how they relate to zoning in Riverview Place, some of the R1 lots on Spring Creek Drive, the conservation of wildlands changing to public use, the R3 to Gateway Commercial District. And so there was just a lot to look at, and I think that we need to take a close look at it and look at the details before we make decisions. So I absolutely support postponing that and taking the time that we need. I don't think there's any rush to push that through. So I'm happy for council to take that time and make sure that we're moving forward in a very deliberate and well thought out way versus rushing. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Murray.
Thank you, Mayor Krauser. I'm also in support of the motion to postpone. We heard a lot of feedback throughout this public hearing, and what I'm really seeing is just the different pockets of downtown and how different things are in some of them. For example, the concerns of the people in Railway Court are much different than those on Riverside Place, and it's different than what is being proposed for Railway Avenue, which is an entirely different kind of rezoning. And some parcels actually have had no concerns raised about the proposed changes at all. So it's really hard to boil that down to one bylaw, or I guess two bylaws, and you know, just a very small handful of votes that make blanket changes when there's clearly some parcels that require some really specific considerations. So let's go back and make sure that we do this right and deliberately. But I also would like to say a big thank you to the Town of Canmore administration for all the work that they put into this process so far. It's been a pretty big lift, and we're not quite across the finish line yet, but we will get there eventually.
Yeah. And just further to that, Councillor, the previous council made a lot of changes to the ARP based on the public hearing at that time. And so in ways, this is kind of an iterative or peeling back the onion, whichever analogy you want to use. And once again, we just need to make sure that what we ultimately have as our land use bylaw reflects what we ultimately want as our area redevelopment plan. Councillor Pauw.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Happy to support the idea of postponing. I think there's a lot of content that was provided at public hearing, and some of that was really thought-provoking. So I think just having a little bit of time to sift through all that stuff, find the gems, figure out what we need to sort out, and just continue the iterative process and come up with the best ARP we can. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hillstead.
I also will support this motion. Again, we've had lots of great written submissions. It was a great public hearing today. So I'm happy to take this back, look at the ways that we can improve upon this bylaw. Again, like as you alluded to, we did changes to the ARP. So more changes to come, and to make sure we get this done the right way so that we don't have to do more changes further down the road at a later date. So
that's right. Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Okay, so for those that are interested, this will be on the March 3rd. We will have a debate about what direction we give administration with respect to the feedback that we received. So that, and we're going to take the time to consider that. Please know we have heard you very clearly, and so now, as I mentioned earlier, there's no more public feedback. Now it's our time to consider that and come back with some direction. So stay tuned, and thank you for your interest and your participation. We'll now move on to item G2, which is Revised Land Use Bylaw Amendment 2025-1895, Three Sisters Drive. Okay, and who is, are we having a presentation on that? Mr. Schneider?
Presentation, yes.
Just even to contextualize, because I know there's been multiple presentations, right? So, oh, Councillor Graham?
I did not participate in the public hearing. When should I recuse myself from this discussion?
Oh, thank you for noting that. I think you should recuse yourself now.
I recuse myself.
Okay, and don't go far, and we'll call you back when we're done with this item.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for remembering that.
This one's all you guys.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor Krauser, members of council. At the previous meeting, this bylaw was a public hearing was held. There was assertions made and done in written form as well as verbal from an adjacent landowner's representative that there were a number of issues with respect to parking. They also went through some of the history on the property, and council directed that a report be prepared by administration and considered prior to deciding on second and third reading of this LUB amendment. The report is in the agenda, and I'll just go through it quickly. Again, to refresh council's memory, this is a proposal to take a piece of land at the corner of Peaks Drive and Three Sisters Parkway, Three Sisters Drive as well, from local commercial to commercial resort district. The idea is to facilitate development on the undeveloped area at this location, harmonize land use within the parcel and the adjacent parcels, and improve development efficiencies through shared services. The recommendation from administration was to approve the land use amendment. Taking information that was provided to us by the neighbor's representative, this was the original development permit that was approved in 1997 on the property, and it basically reflects what exists at the present time as well. So there were, it was a large hotel complex that eventually became 2 hotels, and then some surface parking, access from a roadway leading in from the corner, a secondary access to the Three Sisters Parkway, and as well there's an underground parking garage that was developed underneath the hotel. At the time of development, this was considered to be one holding. However, subsequent to that, within a few years of that approval in 2001, the property was subdivided into four lots. One lot was to be held by the Worldmark Hotel. The second lot, and you can see that the property line went right through the building, was for the Grand Canadian. And then there was lots 3 and 4, which were vacant, but did contemplate some future development at the time in 1997. You can see that that the zoning lines were drawn according to how the subdivision was prepared. The submission asserted that there was a number of shared parking stalls on each of the properties that were to be, in their opinion, were to be conserved, and there are access easements and things like that registered against title that were put on title at the time of submission. Administration, in their first presentation, asserted that yes, these easement documents are indeed present on title. However, administration, in reviewing the current development plans, have basically applied our usual policy that documents that are private agreements between individuals are not reviewed by the town and not enforced by the town. This is similar to what Mr. Gravel said this morning about condominium associations. So we did encourage the proponent to review those agreements with the adjacent neighbor, and that's really been the limit to our discussion. In considering parking, the report does speak to considering almost like an apples to apples comparison of development on the parcel that's currently designated as CC, that if there was to be a mixed use development, and CC actually does contemplate accessory units above the ground floor, what would the parking requirements be? And actually, the parking requirements for a residential as opposed to a visitor accommodation use are slightly more, not by much, but there is a small difference between the two. As also administration pointed out in the first presentation, parking is really a development permit concern and not one that's normally tied to a land use bylaw amendment application. So in conclusion, and this is just to refresh council's memory, this is what's being proposed at this time by the applicant. In conclusion, we're still concerned with highest and best use of the property. Our recommendation hasn't changed, and we're still of the opinion that it's appropriate to designate this from CC to CRD. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Schneider. Appreciate that information that you've provided since our last meeting, and I'm looking to council to see if there are any questions. See none. Thank you very much.
Okay.
I'll now move that council give second reading to revised land use bylaw amendment 2025-18, which pertains to 95 Three Sisters Drive. In speaking in favor of the motion, I believe that the consistency of the zoning between the two parcels that are now one is appropriate. We did hear the concern about parking. I believe that the information that Mr. Schneider provided provides a full answer. Basically, that problem was created by the subdivision and then the subsequent easements that was made. It's a private matter between previous owners or current owners of the land, but it's definitely not something that would influence or should influence our land use bylaw decision today. And I would note that that with the changes, that situation is actually better for the neighbors than it is under the current zoning. So I definitely support this second reading. Councillor Faubert, you'd like to speak to the motion?
Yes, I would. Thank you, Your Worship. I'm also speaking in favor of second reading for similar reasons as the mayor has already provided. This is an appropriate rezoning, changing one parcel of land that has two different zonings on it to have one zoning on it. This harmonizes the land use within the actual parcel. It's also the same zoning as the adjacent parcel. And one of the most important things to me in terms of this decision is that it currently meets our existing land use bylaws requirements for parking across the site. So in terms of our current standards, there is no loss of parking. And I also wanted to note that this location is on a free public transit route, which didn't exist in 1997 when the original DP was made. So in today's Canmore, this parking arrangement is appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone else wishing to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. We'll now move that council give third reading to revised land use bylaw amendment 2025-18 pertaining to 95 Three Sisters Drive. Anyone wishing to speak to this motion? Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Okay, so as we switch over to deal with the next issue, I'm wondering if somebody could contact Councillor Graham. Great, thanks. And as soon as this is the 2026 Borrowing Bylaws, item G3. Afternoon, Ms. Gibbons. We are just going to take your time setting up. We're going to wait for Councillor Graham to join us. Okay. We'll continue on with item G3. Ms. Gibbons.
My toolbar at the bottom? Huh. Hopefully I don't get anything embarrassing. Okay, here we go.
Whenever you're ready, the microphone's yours.
Perfect. So good afternoon, Mayor and Council. During the 2026 budget amendment process, you may recall that Council approved some amendments to the 2025 capital projects to reflect higher than originally anticipated costs, which will be financed through debenture borrowings. I'm here to present the second and third readings of those borrowing bylaws. As such, our recommendation is that Council give second and third readings to Borrowing Bylaw Amendment 2025-37, Railway Avenue Wastewater Upgrade, Borrowing Increase, and Borrowing Bylaw 2025-41, the Railway Avenue Water Line Replacement Construction Phase 1 South. As a quick reminder, Borrowing Bylaw Amendment 2025-37 is for the Railway Avenue Wastewater Upgrade, and it's for $1.975 million in debentures. And Borrowing Bylaw 2025-41 is for the Railway Avenue Water Line Replacement, and that is for debentures of $3.1 million. Again, as illustrated here, with both of these borrowings, we remain below our total debt limit. The 15-year loan to local authorities indicative interest rate as of December 30th of 2025 was 4.03%, but the borrowing rate we actually experience will change again depending on the market rates at the time we actually do the debenture draw. Since first reading, there was the advertising and petition period, and no petitions were received during that period.
Just before leaving that last slide, I
Sure.
just want to confirm, as I often do, but for those watching, they'll note that in 2029 and 2030, it appears that we are above our debt limit. Well, we haven't approved those budgets with the level of certainty. Often there's projects that don't get funded, or we get grants or whatever. So that's actually the normal case as we see the years out go above, and then we, as we get closer to them, work to within our boundaries.
Correct. So the black line is our internal debt limit, which, as Council is well aware, is below the MGA limit, and there will be multiple decision points now and then. This will be discussed this fall during budget time. It's just illustrative at this point. Unless there are any further questions, in conclusion, our recommendation is up on the slide, basically that those the one borrowing bylaw amendment and the one new borrowing bylaw receive second and third reading.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Any questions? I don't see any. Thank you very much. I move the council give second reading to borrowing bylaw amendment 2025-37, Railway Avenue wastewater upgrade, borrowing increase. Just to speak briefly, I'm in support of this motion. Underground infrastructure is very important. We know that costs have escalated, but it's important that we take care of it because it will only be more expensive down the road. Would anybody else like to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Move the council give third reading to borrowing bylaw amendment 2025-37, Railway Avenue wastewater upgrade, borrowing increase. Anyone wishing to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. I'll now move the council give second reading to borrowing bylaw 2025-41, Railway Avenue water line replacement, construction phase 1 south. Anyone wishing to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. And I move the council give third reading to borrowing bylaw 2025-41, Railway Avenue water line replacement, construction phase 1 south. Anyone wishing to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Moving on to new business. Item H1, Downtown Business Improvement Area, Board Member Appointments. Mr. Mackay, you're speaking to this one. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Krausert. I am. And we're also joined today by members of the BIA, Grady McMahon, the Executive Director, as well as Tori Kendall, whose timing is excellent, the Chair of the Downtown BIA. And then Christine DeSoto is here as well. So Grady will take the lead on answering any questions you might have from the BIA, and then can defer to other members if required. I can only do one thing at a time, so. You like the slides? It's probably because you've seen some of these before. So as I jump into the presentation, just reiterate our recommended motion, which has two parts. First part is that Council direct administration to work with the Downtown BIA to formalize its nomination, voting, and proxy procedures through written internal policies and, where required, bylaw amendments. And that today we also recommend that you confirm the appointments of Christine DeSoto, Renee Meggs, Laura Bodell, and Mike Gordon to the Downtown BIA Board of Directors for a term ending on December 31st, 2027. Now, how we got here. On December 2nd, a similar recommendation was in front of you to appoint those members to the Downtown BIA Board. There were some questions, concerns raised, and so you passed the following motion here, which really tasked administration and the BIA to report back with some additional information, at which time you can confirm or rescind the appointments to that board. So I'm going to go through the details of the three items that you asked us to report back on here. So one piece of information you requested was a written description of the nomination process used in determining the nominations. And in the BIA's letter, which is part of your agenda package, they outlined that they solicited interest for board positions through multiple newsletters in October on the 7th, 15th, and 20th. They proceeded to conduct a voting process, and that was based on a one vote per business, as the businesses are listed on the BIA assessment roll, and were consistent with the BIA bylaw. Members present at the AGM cast votes in person, and they also accepted proxy votes for members who were unable to attend in person at their annual general meeting. Another piece of information you requested was written confirmation of the number of votes each member had who attended the nomination process. And so this table here breaks down the number of votes received for each nominee, both if you included the proxy votes that were received, and if those proxy votes were not received, what the number of votes would have been. And you can see from the table that whether the proxy votes were included or not, the outcome wouldn't have changed. And then the third one, which feels like the meatier one. You asked for an explanation of whether proxy votes were utilized in the nomination process, and if so, the justification for such pursuant to the BIA regulation and or the BIA bylaw. And I would suggest that both pieces of legislation there and regulation are fairly broad in scope. So the MGA, if we start with that, really allows you to establish a BIA and says that you'll appoint the board. If we read a bit further and get into a bit more detail around what the regulation says or how it regulates that process, the board needs to consist of individuals nominated by one or more taxpayers in the zone. Council can appoint one or more councillors to be members of the board, and the board appointment process and government framework must be clearly set out in the establishing bylaw, which from an appointment process, I think there's clarity provided there. As far as how the BIA brings its recommendations to council for who is to be appointed, that's where I would say there's opportunity, and that's really taking that opportunity to provide additional documented process really forms the first part of the motion that I reviewed at the beginning of the presentation, is to do some work there so that there's clarity. But wait, there's more. Further on this item, I would say what we understand is that while proxy voting has historically been accepted by the BAA, again, there's no formally documented process for that, which is why we're happy to work with the BAA's administration to assist in creating those processes and procedures to allow that to continue. And as I mentioned, the recommended motion provides that direction. You'll also see that in your agenda package and in the staff report, it's common for administration to identify an alternative, even if it's not recommended. And that's what we've done here, is should you disagree with administration's assessment of the situation and a recommended path for how to proceed, you could rescind the appointment, require the BIA to reconduct the nomination process after formal written procedures are in place. There's a few reasons why we don't recommend this. One is potential operational impacts for the BIA. It may be difficult for the BIA to achieve quorum at board meetings because they have exactly the number of board members required to achieve quorum. So that means if anyone was unable to attend a meeting, they couldn't conduct business as a board. So that could be challenging. Administration doesn't have any information to suggest that repeating the nomination process would lead to a different result. Also, the BIA would incur unbudgeted expenses to reconduct the nomination process, which is why we're not recommending this, but wanted to provide you with the wording should you disagree with that. Which brings me back to the recommended motion, and certainly happy to answer any questions that anyone might have.
Great, thank you very much for the report, and thank you to members of the BIA for being here and for providing that information at Council's request. It's truly helpful and appreciated. Councillor Graham, you have a question.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for the report, and thank you for the additional information and additional clarity. I appreciate it. I still have I'm confused about who a member is. In the report, it says that a member is a business owner, and that each business owner got 1 vote per business. Yet, the report also says that the Town of Canmore Downtown Business Improvement Area Bylaw 21 defines a member as a person who operates a business or is designated of the business within the BIA, or owns a property, within the BIA that leases a space to a business and is in the role. To me, that reads that a business owner gets a vote and a property owner gets a vote. Can you help me understand that better?
Sure, because I'm not, and administration's not directly involved in the voting process, I'd defer to Mr. McMahon to help with how that's carried out as far as the...
Mr. McMahon, welcome, and thank you for being here today.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Yeah, for sure. So it is a property owner as well as a business owner. If you are a property owner that owns a business within your property, it is 1 vote. You get a vote for one or the other. It is how it's been administered before my time and onward.
So do property owners get a vote?
Correct.
So am I understanding correct that the property owners get a vote if it's not their business that's being run on the site?
Correct. So
if they're renting it out to somebody else, the
yes,
property owners get a
as the
vote.
property owner, yeah.
And so
Do they often attend? No.
One business owner gets 1 vote per business.
Per business, yes.
And 1 property owner would get 1 vote per property.
Per property.
Can we confirm that happened that way?
Can we confirm that it happened that way? For the people that were in attendance at that meeting, yes. As far as I'm aware.
I don't know if this is confidential where to go with these ones, but
do you have, okay, well, let's I think that to continue along this line, you either have to provide beyond a hypothetical, a concern that you raised, and so that it could be worked out, or provide some sort of proof that your concern affected the election.
Whom may I direct my questioning to in this room right now?
Yeah. Just ask, what's your question?
Mr. Kendall, how many votes did you get at the AGM?
How many votes? 1.
How many properties? I think this is confidential information.
Over 6.
Over 6. So you should have gotten 6 votes.
I chose 1 vote because, in my belief, the BIA should honor a 1 vote and per business.
Okay,
And
so
I didn't feel as though me having more say than everyone else is appropriate.
Okay, so Mr. Kendall has made a principled personal decision.
Okay. And other people don't share that and have made multiple votes for multiple businesses.
I wouldn't know the answer to that.
Sounds like you may, as a BIA member, maybe you want to bring this up with the BIA
Yeah,
board.
I will.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Kendall. Sorry to have you put on the spot there.
Yes, my apologies, Victoria.
Okay. Councillor Faubert.
I was just going to say that when looking at the first recommended motion, to direct administration to work with the downtown BIA to formalize its nomination, voting, and proxy procedures through written internal policies and where required bylaw amendments. That to me suggests that there is a process that will be underway if we approve that motion that could directly address the concern being raised by Councillor Graham. That would be the process.
It absolutely would provide some clarity. Before we get to discussing the motions further, but I know you're just addressing the question there. Any other questions? Councillor Murray, do you have a question? Okay.
Thank you, Mayor Krauser. This question is for Mr. Mackay. I'm just curious, with motion 1, like, what does that actually look like from an administrative perspective? Like, is there a template you're going to be working off of? Is this going to be a town-led process or a BIA-led process?
I mean, I would say it'd be a collaborative process. We work quite closely with any, I would say, affiliate organization, which I'd consider the BIA an affiliate type organization. So I think we'd co-lead it as opposed to one driving it versus the other, providing advice to help ensure that we don't necessarily end up here again.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Yeah, I can say something.
Yeah, Mr. McGann. Yep.
Before we even attended the December 2nd meeting, post-AGM, we had already started the framework for building policies, this being one of them. So we recognized last year that we were lacking policy and procedure. We started down that road with the previous board. We're continuing that. We've been put on hold temporarily with the not having quorum at a meeting. So we're picking up again where we left off just after the AGM.
Great, thank you for that, and thank you for that work that you're doing. Any other questions? Councillor Ma?
Thanks for your presentation, everyone. Mr. McMahon, is there a time frame on when the new adopted policies and amended bylaws will be before, or will be finalized?
As soon as we can get them done. Honestly, we wanted to get through this so that we could move forward with it and know that our board will stand as is so that we can actually continue.
Okay.
So as I said, we have a framework already built out for several policies. They've gone before the board already for reading. Once we kind of settle in with where we think they are, we'll then get with administration and move forward.
Okay. So they'll be done before the next election?
Oh, yeah.
Well
Yeah,
before.
okay.
Okay, great.
Our
Thank
goal
you.
is to be done before summer.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Excellent. Okay, no more further questions then, thank you. So I just want to speak again to how we got here and what drove me to the motion that I made at the December 2nd meeting. As council is ultimately responsible for appointment of the board, We have some accountability to make sure that there's solid processes followed and the regulations are followed. The regulations do require that anything that's varies from the regulation or sets out additional process has to be written. And there's good reason for that, so somebody can look it up if they're interested in running and know what the process is. So my concern when I heard about proxies, knowing that there wasn't anything in writing, was this a fair election? Did somebody, was somebody harmed by not knowing about the proxies? And so I'm satisfied through the information provided that we're on the right track, and through the actual election that was done, there was no harm, and therefore in this case there is no foul. I'm very happy to make the following motions. First of all, I'll move that council direct administration to work with the downtown business improvement area to formalize its nomination, voting, and proxy procedures through written internal policies and, where required, bylaw amendments. In support of this, I very much appreciate the collaborative efforts between the BIA and the town just to get this one all tidied up. Regulations also change over time, and so I don't know what the history of the regulation was before 2016, the one that's currently governing, and BIA's been in business longer than that. And I do know from having sat on the board for 5 years that some of those years there was no election. It was simply twisting arms to get quorum, and so, things, don't continue on. The process doesn't become, really set in stone. So there's a good problem this year. There was more interest than there was spots, and so an election was held. I'm very happy to see that the work was already underway. The problem was already identified, and so I would ask you to please support this motion. Anybody else wish to speak to the motion? Councillor Marin.
Yeah, I also will speak in support of this motion. I recognize that having an election this year at the BIA probably exposed some gaps or some areas for improvement, so I think that's a good opportunity. And I think the executive director and the board are aware of that opportunity and are going to address it. So I support, do you put them together, Mayor Crowser?
No,
just the first one?
did
Okay.
the first one.
Yeah, so I absolutely support this motion and them moving forward with the work that they want to do to improve the policies and procedures and the bylaw amendments that may need to take place as well.
Thank you. Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Worship. I too will be expressing support for this one. Yes, this past process did expose some things that need to be addressed. I'm glad to hear that they're in the works. I am hopeful that they are done fairly quickly. I recognize that this was not a project that town administration had on the books, and this is going to take some off the side of the desk effort and away from some other things that they could be doing. Thank you.
Yeah. I'm fairly confident with the good people on the board that they will be able to do the vast amount of the work, because it is pertaining to their policies, and that it's more of a, get another set of eyes on it from the town's point of view, and it's good to have also that other perspective, because there may have been something that was inadvertently missed, and so you can find that out. So I'm hoping it's not going to be too much of a heavy lift for anybody, because this is really, this is a couple of pages of stuff, right? And they will have to come back likely to us for formal approval, whatnot, before it gets, because it also has to get registered at the with the province, so that they have a copy of the most recent bylaws. So I'm definitely here, and I did want to say, Councillor Graham, thank you for some of the concerns that you had raised, because I think that helps move this forward to a good spot. Councillor Frobert.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I think that we're moving, this is a win. What I hear today tells me that issues were identified, everyone is aligned, and we have a plan on how to address them. And to me, like, that's the perfect outcome that can happen from any sort of policy or procedure where questions arose around fairness. Like, this is a really, really good example of everyone working together to solve a problem that we all agree needs to be addressed collaboratively. And to me, that's like the basis of all of our relationships, and especially with our affiliates and organizations in our community like the BIA. So I'm really grateful that we got here. I was a little resistant at first, but now I see like that this actually leads to an outcome that makes everyone's lives better. Our lives as the council that appoints members, the BIA's, or as an organization will improve going forward as well. Their membership will have a better understanding of these processes. This is all really good stuff. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone else wishing to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. And I'll move that Council confirm the appointments of Christine DeSoto, Renee Meggs, Laura Badal, Mike Gordon to the Downtown Business Improvement Area Board of Directors for a term ending on December 31st, 2027. I wish to offer congratulations to the new board members, some of them returning board members, and thank you for your service, and look forward to hearing from you over the next couple of years as a board. Anyone else wish to speak to the motion? Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd actually like to propose an amendment from 2027 to 2026. My thoughts around this is that I do have concerns about the process that happened, and reconfirming the appointments as soon as possible would give myself confidence, as well as the community at large, as well as the BIA themselves, I believe. So I believe that if we were to move this to a one-year appointment, that could address some of those concerns.
Okay, we have an amending motion on the table to change 2027 to 2026. In speaking to the motion, I cannot support that. I don't think that there was any harm done. These were legitimately elected individuals. Their cycle allowed for them to the 27 to keep that cycle, and that there was no intentional foul or not being aligned with the regulations, and that's going to be rectified. So I'm happy to keep the appointment as recommended by the BIA. Anyone else wishing to speak to the amending motion? Councillor Faubert.
Yeah. I don't think that this is good governance or aligns with the BIA's bylaws as they are, because there are staggered board appointments, and if this were the case, then the entire board would be up for re-election this year. That does not create continuity within the organization, and it doesn't support them for success. I question why we would want to do that, and so I am not in support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone else wishing to, Councillor Marin, do you want to speak to the amending motion?
Sure.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, similar to Councillor Faubert, I would not support the amending motion for the reasons that you would have everybody finishing their term at the same time. I think that the BIA has met the requirements that we asked of them during the last meeting. They have provided the information that we requested, and I'm confident that this election followed the guidelines and the bylaws in place. So I do not support the amending motion.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Murray, did you want to speak to the amending motion? Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I will not be supporting the amending motion for the same reasons. Organizational chaos sounds like something that might happen if we abridge the term to 1 year. In addition, they were voted to a 2-year term. They were elected to a 2-year term. And unless there's some really extenuating circumstances why that shouldn't be the case, I think we should stick to that. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak to the amending motion? Councillor Graham, would you like to say anything in close? Go ahead.
Yeah. To me, a few things come into play here. I recognize that, yeah, this would align a lot of those terms up for re-election all at the same time. The bylaws for the BIA were not posted publicly at the time of the election. There is, I believe, confusion as to who gets to vote and when, and proxies were used to determine this. Those are three pretty substantial things in my mind in this election process. It may turn out that they hold another election and it is exactly the same, and I have no problems with the outcome of the election. What I have problems with is the process of the election. So moving this forward, to me, would expedite that process and reinstall the confidence in that election. But I thank you all for your discussion.
Okay, that was to close. So I'll call the question. All those in favor of the amendment? All those opposed? The motion is, amending motion is defeated with Councillor Graham in support. We're now back to the original motion. Anybody like to speak further to the motion? Councillor Merritt.
Yeah, I will be supporting this motion. I also would like to say that I appreciate the patience from these volunteer board members, who I know have been in a little bit of a holding pattern as the BIA fulfilled the requests of council. And being the council representative on the BIA, I know they're excited to move forward to work with administration to make sure that everything is amended or that is very clear in their policies and procedures. So I do recognize that, again, the volunteer board members who have been in a bit of a holding pattern, so I want to thank them for their patience as we took the time to move forward with these motions.
I would just like to add that, you know, somewhat in response to what Councillor Graham brought up, it was not these members that were the ones that didn't put policies in place. That happened sometime in the past. And most likely, in fact, I'm 100% certain, inadvertently. The only thing that would have happened to limit them is simply allow all the board to be voted at the same time. There's still going to be an election next year, and this work is still going to be done before then. So let's just let it carry on. Anyone else? Councillor Pauw?
Thank you, Worship. And yeah, great debate across all councillors there. I know things are a little bit confusing with this one, how it worked out, but I do think coming through with all this other stuff, we are moving in a better direction. I think there's been a bit of a sign to like sharpen up the bylaw piece. I'm also grateful that when we went through all this stuff, even if we took the proxy votes out, the results were not meaningfully affected, which is a good thing, which helps out. So thank you.
Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Your Worship. I want the BIA to be a successful organization. I think that its mandate and the things that it's supposed to accomplish are important to the success of the downtown and the success of the town and the businesses that are in it. I'm fully in support of that, and I hope that that this process is better going forward. And I think, you know, a lot of you have spoken to how these concerns are going to make the BIA better, and I hope that it does.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hillstead.
I'm also happy to support this. Basically, if this didn't happen, we wouldn't maybe know that these issues were there. So I think it's a blessing in disguise. If there would have only been enough members that put their name forward that it was an acclamation, this would never come to us. We would not have known. So again, it's one of those situations where that's probably happened in the past, and that might be part of the reason why these procedures aren't in place as well as they could be. But it's getting worked on, and look forward to the next election.
Okay. Thank you. Anyone else? I'll call the motion. All in favor? Opposed? The motion is carried with Councillor Graham opposed. Okay, thank you for that, and thank you. Okay, how's everybody doing? Do we need a little short break before we go into the last two items? Short break? Okay, let's just make it 5 minutes. Okay, so we'll come back at 2 o'clock. To find out when we're streaming. There we go. All right. We are back. Ms. Jamieson, the whole room is yours now. Welcome.
I really did clear it out.
So we're dealing with item H2. We're dealing with item H2, Community Grants Policy, CSD-002. Welcome, and the microphone's yours.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Mayor Krausert and councillors. Thank you for having me on the agenda, or keeping me on the agenda. For the folks at home, my name is Jill Jamieson, Manager of Community Social Development. This presentation brings forward the updated Community Grants Policy, CSD-002, for council approval. Our agenda. Our recommendation, why are we here, a little brief overview, a reminder of some of the improvements we did last year so you kind of know what we've been up to. And then we'll look a little more deeply about the recommended policy updates, financial impact, and time for questions. Recommendation that Council approve the Community Grants Policy, CSD-002, as presented. So why is this before Council? Council directed a review of the Community Grants Program, and that was motion 39, 2025, and Councillor Faubert introduced a motion directing administration to conduct a review of the Community Grants Program process and return with recommendations or potential changes by Q4 2025. We returned to Council and presented process changes and posed some recommendations for Council to consider and received feedback from Committee of the Whole November 4th, 2025. And we are now back to share the recommendations to Council. So the Community Grants Program plays a vital role in strengthening Canmore's social fabric and vitality and the not-for-profit sector by providing targeted financial support to local organizations and groups. These grants enable the delivery of community-driven initiatives and events that promote environmental stewardship, social inclusion, affordability, and a sense of belonging. The program is a key tool in advancing the town's strategic priorities related to equity, diversity, and inclusion. Since its inception, the program has supported dozens of grassroots initiatives contributing to impactful community outcomes. Administrative improvements in 2025. So the Community Social Development Department supports nonprofit organizations in a number of ways, which includes the administration of the Community Grants Program. Engagement with nonprofits and organizations that support nonprofits in the Bow Valley, alongside administration's review of the program, generated a list of program amendments. The following program amendments do not require policy amendments and were implemented last year through the granting process. So we aligned our application questions. Questions were harmonized with those used by the town of Banff to ensure consistency and reduce duplication for applicants which apply for grants across the valley. We coordinated grant timelines, so the towns of Banff and Canmore launched their grant programs concurrently, simplifying the process for organizations eligible in both communities. And we piloted a shared granting platform. The Banff Canmore Foundation's software platform was piloted to assess potential for long-term collaboration and efficiency gains, and it was fantastic. Our recommended policy updates. 3 updates respond directly to council feedback. Community Grant Selection Committee to recommend budget changes. Remove affiliate organization eligibility. Remove 50% matching funding requirements. Let's take a peek at these in turn. All right, the Community Grant Selection Committee and administration have identified an ongoing increase in number of applicants yearly and total funding requested. While the current policy lists council as being responsible for establishing a budget for community grants, the policy doesn't explicitly invite budget-related recommendations from the committee or administration. The recommended policy amendments add a responsibility for the committee to recommend budget changes, if warranted. based on analysis of the total funding requested for that grant cycle, the sustainability or health of the not-for-profit sector, and any other factor that currently is deemed relevant by the committee. Any recommended adjustments by the Community Grant Selection Committee would be considered by the Finance Committee during budget deliberations. Council retains full authority. The committee role is advisory only. Affiliate organization eligibility. A select number of organizations, referred to as affiliate organizations, receive ongoing operational funding from the town of Canmore, and they deliver important, impactful community programs and services governed by lease and/or service agreements. Due to the constraints of the Community Grants Program budget and the increase of applications year over year, the recommended policy updates would make affiliate organization ineligible to apply for community grants. However, the recommended policy change does not preclude affiliate organizations from presenting options for council to increase their funding allocation to support new initiatives when submitting funding requests as part of the municipal budget process. Eliminating the funding threshold of 50% of total project costs. This would streamline the process and improve accessibility for a broader range of community groups. The community grants policy currently limits funding to a maximum of 50% of total project costs. While this approach was intended to encourage shared investment, it creates unnecessary barriers for applicants to access relatively small, less than $5,000 grants. Securing matching funds can be particularly difficult for smaller organizations or groups, and the requirement adds complexity to the application process, potentially discouraging otherwise strong initiatives. There is no change to applicant evaluation criteria. There are no direct financial impacts with these policy changes. If approved, the updated policy will guide the forthcoming granting cycle, which opens the beginning of April, adjudication meetings in May. And here's the recommendation. And I thank you for your attention and welcome any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Jamieson. I appreciate the presentation and appreciate all the work on this. And I felt it was a good process coming from budget, a recommendation from council to take a look at this, good refinements. Really appreciate the things that were just program elements that were tested. I thought they were great ideas to streamline. Having been on the grant writing side of things, if you don't have to all of a sudden now change it all up because there's different questions, I mean, volunteers are often doing this, and or very modestly paid personnel, and it's just a matter of making good efficient use of people's time, and I like these improvements. So thank you for all the work.
Thank you.
Questions, Councillor Faubert.
Thank you, Mayor Crowsert, and thank you, Ms. Jamieson, for your presentation. My question is around affiliate organizations. How many of our affiliates typically apply for grants? And maybe over the last 5 years, is it the majority of them, or is there only a select few apply for grants each year?
I'm going to speak from my personal experience. So I have only been support of administratively for the last 2 rounds.
Yeah.
So I can only speak to that at this time. I can do some more homework, but from lived experience, this is what I know. I would say that of our affiliate organization, I can think of 3 that have applied, 2 in 1 year and 3 in the other.
And then how many affiliate organizations do we have? I don't remember. Is that a weird question?
Is it 5 or 6? Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you. And yeah, I had the same experience being on the grant committee the last 2 years, so I wasn't sure if in terms of the impact, the number of affiliates it would be, but.
You know, Well, that was my concern initially as well, and I think that's why I added that rejoinder that the affiliate organizations are able to come to council in their process and get in front of council and speak to their budget and their program needs.
Yeah, I think that's really good. Thank you so much for that.
Councillor Graham, question?
Thank you. If you can answer this one, that's totally fair as well, but do you know how much money has been granted to affiliates through the program in the last couple of years?
I do
it's
not,
an
but
unfair question.
I can do some homework for you,
Yeah.
but I don't know off the top of my head.
Thank you.
What I can say is that last year we had $150,000 requested for the program.
Right.
And council had approved a $10,000 increment change last year, so we had a $40,000 budget. 13 projects were supported, so we used the full $40,000, but it was $150,000 was asked of the program.
Yeah, fair. Thank you for that. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Councillor Forbear, did you have another question? Or?
No, I was just going to say that typically the requests and the granting amounts are not over $5,000. It's like $1,000, $2,000. It's small amounts. And then I think I'm going to save the rest of what I have to say for when I speak to the motion.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, if there's no other questions, then I will make the motion. Thank you. That council approve the community grants policy CSD-002 as presented. And Councillor Forbear, would you like to speak to the motion?
Thank you, Your Worship. I am going to speak in support of this motion. It's been a real honor and a privilege to have served on the Community Grants Committee for the last 2 years and to see the impact that we can leverage in our community through granting dollars to our nonprofit partners in this community is amazing. We're not alone when it comes to building community and keeping community and being leaders in this place that we call home. There are all these other organizations out there doing hard work, and being able to leverage our capacity by offering grants for projects that deliver on the outcomes that we have identified in our policy is a really great part of being in Canmore. This is really good work, and I know like we don't have enough money to support grants as much as I would like to. But what we have done and what the last council has done is we've put our mind to how can we look at community grants and better deliver and better meet the needs of the organizations that are asking us for that support, because our nonprofits don't exist in this world without grant support, and we are one of those vectors that is really important for them to access. I really, really appreciate all of the changes over the last several years, including working with the town of Banff, the Banff Canmore Community Foundation, and then these changes to the policy, especially around eliminating the 50% funding amount and asking the committee for budget recommendations. We'll only continue to see amazing projects and programs and initiatives come out of our community, and this is in a really amazing way to leverage that energy. So I'm really in support of this, and I'm really just grateful to have been able to contribute in some way to even getting the conversation started. It's sometimes hard to be in this role and to feel like you're accomplishing stuff because it's so high level, but seeing this process unfold and helping and participating in it has been really incredible for me, so I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pauw.
Thank you, Worship. Just want to say big thank you to Jill and your team for all the great work. I also think all these changes are awesome, and they're the kind of changes that lend the framework that give confidence that down the road we can find more money to contribute to grants. We know that we got a great system to catch that. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? I just want to say that this is good work. Community grants, as Councillor Forbear mentioned, play such an important role in the community. I've been fortunate prior to sitting at this table, be part of different organizations that have benefited from very small community grants, but now they've done big things. Food and Friends is, have served so many tens of thousands. I mean, like, we're now over 150,000 community dinners. And early on, a little community grant really helped get some of the equipment needed and the process in place. The REST program, I think we received a grant for that, but now it's the Homelessness Society of the Bow Valley, right? So, I mean, these things are needed to keep things going, and you get more bang for your buck with community efforts, and they really make tangible differences in people's lives. And so I'm glad that we've improved the system. I'm glad that now 2 years running we've actually increased the budget, and we're going to see the benefits of that. So thank you. So I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. And Ms. Jamieson, I believe this last one is yours as well?
Yes, it is.
H3,
You got this.
the Wim and Nancy Pauw Foundation grant funding.
Okay. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Again, thank you for saving me time on your agenda. Busy day. Here's what we're going to talk about. The recommendation, a little bit of history on our the grant we received last year, our request for this year from the Wim and Nancy Pauw Foundation, some program impacts, financial summary, the recommendation, and time for questions. All right. So, administration recommends council or approval or acceptance of the Wim and Nancy Pauw Foundation grant dollars. This funding enhances approved services, aligns with council priorities, and has no municipal tax impact. I will refer to the Wim and Nancy Pauw Foundation as the Pauw Foundation moving forward with this. Thanks. Okay, so this funding helped improve access to prevention-focused services for families and demonstrated positive outcomes. In 2024-25, the Pauw Foundation contributed a grant of $15,500 to enhance Family Connection Center programming, supporting nutritious snacks and drop-in programs, light meals during parent education sessions, and staffing support for drop-ins and augmenting summer programming. This funding strengthens the Family Connection Centers, I will now call that FCC, capacity to deliver accessible prevention-focused services to families in the community. The Pauw Foundation has generously committed $50,000 in operating support for the 2026 fiscal year. The funding going to support Family Connection Center programming at $35,000 and family and community support services for $15,000, strengthening the department's capacity to deliver and enhance family-focused programs and services for the community. This combined investment supports families, children, adults, and seniors through targeted and prevention-based initiatives. The Community Social Development, CSD department, delivers prevention-focused supports for children, youth, families, and individuals across the lifespan through the Family Connection Center, Family Resource Network, our Social Connections program at FCC, and all the great work coming out of FCSS just down the hall. These programs are delivered in alignment with municipal and provincial priorities and are supported through a combination of Town of Canmore funding, provincial funding, and other grants. If accepted by Council, a $50,000 in Pauw Foundation funding will supplement programming and services. And this is what it looks like in a graph form. So the chart illustrates the allocation of $50,000 in Pauw Foundation operating grant, with the FCC receiving $35,000, representing the majority of funding due to growing families' demands, while $15,000 supports FCSS initiatives. The approved 2026 FCC budget anticipates $15,000 in grant funding. With the Pauw Foundation's increased contribution, CSD anticipates reporting revenue and expense budget variances totaling approximately $35,000 across the FCC and FCS's budgets at the end of 2026. Administration will report revenue and expense variances at year-end. This approach is consistent with council-approved financial practices. Administration is requesting council approve to accept the enhanced grant funding and proceed with service delivery. I am happy to take any questions at this time.
Thank you, Ms. Jamieson. I do like me a good bar graph.
That's why it's
I think
there.
Mr. Shinbein likes a good bar graph, too. Yeah. You know, such a generous donation, and I get why it's just a little complicated to present, because it's 50,000, but we had already counted on 15,000, yet it was for a different program. It's both, and so it took a lot of explaining to show where that landed, and I think you did a good job. So thank you for that. I'll ask council if they have any questions. Councillor Faubert.
I have a strange question.
We like those.
A lot of the time we hear that for every dollar in FCSS that's spent, it equals $12 in prevention. Do we know what spending in FCC, if that there's a compounding investment return?
Not necessarily. And I from what I've read through the Family Resource Network, which would be the program that we receive provincial funding from, they haven't put out statistics like that, but we're still talking about prevention to early intervention work, which is what FCSS does. So my sense would be that would be a similar ratio for impact, yeah.
So then that means that this is actually 12 times the impact.
That's one way of looking at it.
On society.
On
Yeah.
our community.
For impact, yeah.
This is thank you so much.
Great, thank you. Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I will make the motion that council approve the enhancement of the 2026 Children, Youth, and Family-Focused Programming and Services to be funded by additional grant funding of $35,000 received from the Wim and Nancy Pauw Foundation. In support of, speaking in support of this motion, I would like to once again thank the Wim and Nancy Pauw Foundation for their generosity and for all of the incredible impact that they have on our community through that generosity. Would anybody else like to speak to the motion? Councillor Moore.
Thank you, Worship. And yeah, echoing that sentiment, my kids have gone for the school programs here, and they've benefited numerous times from various generous initiatives funded by the Pauw Foundation. And it's just really heartening to see them reach all these aspects. Topping up this additional chunk of funds to help our town is just really, really incredible. And it's just fantastic to see. So thank you.
Councillor Faubert.
I'm very much in favor of this, and I did the calculations, and it's around $600,000 in benefit to our community from this partnership with the Pauw Foundation and their grant funding. So I'm really grateful and can support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Looking to see if there's anybody else wishing to speak. Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. I'll now move that we adjourn. All in favor?